LinkedIn ads, and NFL.com. You can hear every Westwood One NFL broadcast this season on the Westwood One Sports app. Download it for free today. We'd like to thank our great crew in Los Angeles, studio coordinator Art Martinez, studio engineer Matt Higdon, production assistant provided by Zach Bolno, our statistician Ethan Cooperson, our on-site engineer Sam Virgillo, our coordinating producers Brian Finkelstein and Aaron Cummins, our executive producer here tonight, Mike Eby, the senior vice president of sports for Cumulus Media, and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Again, the final, 25-24, the Bears beat the Commanders. Now, for Ross Tucker, Mike Golick, and Mike Golick Jr., Kevin Harlan saying thanks for joining us. Coast to coast and around the world, you've been listening to Monday Night Football on Westwood One Radio Sports.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, I've been waiting. Welcome back. It's actually a KM to AM because it's 20 minutes before 12. Just freshly fired up the YouTube. And I'm fired up because the sports were sportsing tonight. You know, you listen to sports talk radio, you just like me for real. Sport feed, watch anything. Little football, baseball. How about them Devils? Let's go Devils. Yeah, I'm raring to go, man. The last time you heard from me, it was Friday night. And I left here and I went to the Village Tavern to see Game 5 between the Detroit Tigers and the Seattle Mariners. And that game didn't end until I got on the train home and was in bed and fell asleep and woke up the next day to be like, wait, what? Shaggy? Scooby? Shout out to the M's, man. 15 innings. You know, baseball, we're getting some good stuff. A ridiculous double play tonight. The narratives about pulling pitchers when you're supposed to pull them or not pull them. Bullpens and home runs. Chicks dig the long ball, right? The home run or nothing strategy seems to be working for Cal Raleigh and co. Yeah, we'll get into that. I mean, I don't have that much time tonight. 888-808-1019. I'll save that for later. I just sprinkled a little bit in because, you know, previously on KM to AM, it was Friday. It was another quick show. It was like 7 to 8:30, and we just talked about the Giants. If it bleeds, it leads. I have to just talk about the Jets. But what do you want me to do? The same thing everybody else has done? Come in here and talk about Aaron Glenn? What do you want me to do? The same thing everybody else has done? Say that this guy sucks and he doesn't know what he's doing and they should have benched Justin Fields? No, I'm not going to do that. Maybe if it was yesterday and I had a show, I would do that. But you've heard that every single place, from Twitter to YouTube to WFAN. You've heard they should trade for Shedeur Sanders. No. This is what needs to happen here, folks, as we're coming off of Monday Night Football. And you know what? When I did my wrap for this week's picks, I thought the odds were fishy. In my wrap, I said the odds for Monday night are the same for the doubleheader. I believe both games, back when I was looking at them on Friday, it was 2.5 point spreads for the favorites, which were the Bills and the Commanders, and the over-under was like 49.5. And I'm like, these are fishy lines. But I say that to say this. There were two big upsets tonight. And one of the upsets came at the hands of Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears. Chicago Bears, bear down. The Chicago Bears, who all of a sudden don't look now, they're 3-2, and they get revenge from last year. If you remember the Hail Mary and Jaden Daniels and the Commanders beating them last year was something like 18-15. But don't look now. The Bears, have ripped off 3 wins in a row. They beat Dallas, they beat Vegas, and now they beat D.C. And the former OC from the Detroit Lions, Ben Johnson, when he was available for, consideration, he declined the Jets interview. The Jets interviewed so many people, college coaches, former coaches, coordinators. Something. Ben Johnson said, no, I'm good. I'm one of the top guys out here on this marketplace right now. I'm an offensive-minded coach. Stay with me here. I'm going to, bring it around. I'm going to go somewhere like Chicago, where we just faced them in my division, and I know what they have there. They have a franchise quarterback. They have a guy that was picked number 1 overall that's supposed to be, the next Patrick Mahomes type. There is no other Patrick Mahomes, but you understand what I'm saying. Ben Johnson, he did not even give Woody Johnson, his cousin, any time. No, I'm good. Don't need that job. So as many people are already saying to fire Aaron Glenn, who was drafted by the Jets, who wanted this job. If you recall, he turned down the New Orleans Saints. Kellen Moore was able to take that job after the Super Bowl because Aaron Glenn didn't want it. This is where he wanted to be. The bright lights of New York City. It will eat you alive. Weeks ago, I got on air and I said, wow, I was fooled. I wanted to believe the tough talk. I wanted to believe the bravado. I wanted to believe that Aaron Glenn, who did everything right as far as becoming a head coach, right? He entered and he was a scout. And he did all these different things to learn the ins and outs of the NFL. And he worked his way up from position coach to defensive coordinator to now being head coach. He comes from the Parcells coaching tree. Sean Payton, who he was just going up against, he worked with. And I wanted to believe, here comes a guy that understands the market, that understands football, and he's a coach. Damn, was I wrong. Got me. You got a lot of us bamboozled, hoodwinked. Yeah, pull the wool over our eyes. I mean, and I said back in September, and this is when they went 0-3, that now Aaron Glenn has sank into what has sank every other Jets coach that has struggled. But this is different. 888-808-1019. This is an all-time low. I mean, this now is at the point where they're 0-6. They're the only 0-6 team where I just told you the Bears just won, knocking off the Commanders. The Commanders are 3-3. The Bears are 3-2. The Falcons beat the Buffalo Bills that everybody already put in the Super Bowl. The Falcons are 3-2. The Buffalo Bills are 4-2. The Patriots have now jumped in front of them for first place in the same division as the Jets. The Jets can't win a game, but they've had about 4 games that they possibly could have won. This is a coach learning on the job completely. Had us fooled. And this is also a league where, talking about Ben Johnson, they hire offensive-minded coaches. The league is about points. The officiating is set up so that these offenses can move the ball and score points. You know why? Because there are fantasy football teams everywhere. You know why? Gambling and parlays and anytime touchdowns and prop bets are everywhere. It's a part of the machine. And so the Jets hire a defensive-minded coach who, when I was on my couch, I literally rushed home from the grocery store, rushing my wife and my son. Why? We got to go. Game's at 9:30. The Jets? Yes. Part of the job is I got to watch the game. And I wanted to turn the game off because I knew they were going to find a way to lose. In this game, you do get the coveted turnover. You do get the coveted turnover that you didn't have, that flashed the graphic first 0-5 team that didn't have a takeaway. You got that. So many things were going your way. The defense stepped up. You got that. Bo Nix and the Broncos didn't look good. You're over there in the UK. It's a home game for you, but it's one of those weird London games where, nothing is the same. It's anybody's game. I mean, you converted a fake punt, but then you didn't even know what to do with it. And as I'm sitting on the couch watching Aaron Glenn, and I'm confused as everybody else, and I'm looking at Twitter, everybody's confused. I couldn't believe what I saw. I didn't even tweet about it because I just felt bad. I felt bad for my friends that are Jets fans. I felt bad for people at this station that are Jets fans. Like, this is an all-time low. But you know what? You got to hit rock bottom. And the Jets' rock bottom is different. The Jets' rock bottom is having a defensive-minded coach that is so scared that he's playing to not lose, not playing to win. You got to kick the ball at least, or throw a Hail Mary, or go for it on 4. Like, you have to. You're 0-5. The season's already over. You should be in your bag of tricks, and you should be overzealous. You should be eager. But you know what? He showed us all. Between him, first-year head coach, Tanner Engstrand, first-year offensive quarter, first time ever having that job, and then Justin Fields, who I also had faith in just because of the athlete that he is and me being exposed to Justin Fields at a young age when he was a high schooler. I watched QB1. I told you guys that. Like, this guy was supposed to be the next Cam Newton. But he can't read defenses, and they can't play to his strengths. And there was a bad omen put out there because people were reading the numbers, and I kept saying, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. Numbers do lie. There were numbers out there that told you, oh, Justin Fields is not the problem. You know, that's what kept being posted. I saw Dove Kleiman, I saw Underdog Fantasy, and I saw FanDuel write, Justin Fields in 3 full games. He had 266 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 307 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 309 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. A lot of that is in garbage time. A lot of that is when the game is out of hand. A lot of that is like, it's eyewash. It's not real. If you watch the games, you see Garrett Wilson open and not being hit. You see that they don't have the wide receivers to run 3 wide, run 4 wide. And Justin Fields seems like he just doesn't want to throw a pick. Well, the best quarterbacks in the NFL throw interceptions, bro. All of them. You know why? Because they're going for it. It's offensive football in this league. You have to try to score. And so as I'm sitting on the couch and I'm like, what the hell are they doing? Wait, they're just going to let the clock run out without trying to do anything here? It looked like JV. So Aaron Glenn told us all, I don't have faith in this offense. I don't have faith in this quarterback. We're just going to go in at half, and we'll get the ball back and hope. And then you lose a game, and these games have been whacked between the Broncos and the Jets over the years. Remember the 10-9 game last year at MetLife? You know, you lose this game, and your fans are fed up. They're done because it's one thing to lose. It's another thing to lose and look inept, incompetent, and then you couldn't score more than 11 points. 14 wins the game for you. So where we're at now is, okay, they wanted Tyrod Taylor in the game. Come on. I guess. I guess that's valid because you know, you've seen, it made me think about Bailey Zappi going in the game for Mac Jones when the Patriots played in London, and Bill Belichick had seen enough, had heard enough, and just, you know, went to any other option. That, you know, that could have helped. But I don't know where we are here with the Jets, Aaron Glenn, Justin Fields. We're already thinking about the draft. We're already thinking about trading for other players. We're already thinking about if this coach survives this year. I'll tell you this, he's going to survive this year. And this is the only thing different that I can say about the Jets. And we're not going to spend all night on the Jets, but I heard everybody's takes and calls and read everything online. And I don't know how many people are on this. Besides the people that want to always go back to Dan Campbell and what happened with the Lions. And the Lions were 0-10-1. That's the last saving grace for the Jet fan. That's all you have to hold on to, because this season's over and this season's going to suck. And they might, you know, get a couple wins here and there, but like they've already taken you out of it. There's already Jets fans that are jumping ship saying, I can't do it anymore. I can't root for this team. But I'll say this, Aaron Glenn is learning on the job completely. But I do feel like he's learning. I do feel like he's going to learn from celebrating too soon, dancing on the sideline when Will McDonald scores. The game is not over. You know, he's learning. He's getting humbled right before our eyes. His tone has changed with the media. Not so tough now. We all knew time would tell. And the only thing that would matter is if you win. It doesn't matter what you say after all is said and done. More has been said than done. So I think now this is rock bottom. They're 0-6. They're not going to the playoffs again. You can scratch that off probably 2 weeks ago. But now they got to really figure some stuff out. With Justin Fields, they got to figure out what he's comfortable in. Stop trying to drop him back. It's frustrating as hell. You all play Madden or played a little bit of football or watch enough football. When you're seeing them on 3rd and 5, not giving you a chance, not getting rid of the ball, 9 sacks. 9 sacks. And they're not all on him, but, like, there's got to be more urgency to get rid of the football. 9 sacks and 9 completions. You can't run an offense like that. -10 yards because of the sack yards. You've got Garrett Wilson now hurt, and you already had Quincy Williams hurt, and you already had Braylon Allen hurt, and some other injuries. Jermaine Johnson is back. Good to add Brownlee to this defense. And okay, now Garrett Wilson is out. Like I just said, you already can't run 10 personnel. I was hearing Tiki talk about how they're always in 12 personnel. That is because of the roster. That's because of who they have. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not confident in their wide receiver room. So now, I mean, they got to really figure some stuff out. You want to be a running team? Well, Breece Hall wants out. Breece Hall is on Instagram posting free 20. He's number 20. Free him means trade me. Get me up out of here. He says, they want me to lay down, but I got something to stand for. Yeah, you know, I get it, bro. Because how do they not throw you the ball? How do they not run a screen for you when they're getting blitzed? How do they not have a check down for you? Right? If this quarterback can't read, you're supposed to be first read, second read, check it down. And I feel like there's paralysis by analysis with Justin Fields. I also feel like he's so confident in his legs. He's waiting for the green grass to open up. But mostly I feel like he is not pre-snap read, recognizing what the defense is doing and knowing what to do when the ball is snapped. It's obvious. Because if he could, the ball would be out and he'd make better throws. He's not making good throws because it's like, oh, there it is, and it's last minute. So Tanner Engstrand, and you know, it's so disappointing because I know I backed him because what I thought, I saw him in the building early and often. I saw him with a GoPro on his helmet. I saw him come out there and get it done against the Steelers, and he's made some plays. But, man, that was an all-time bad one. So what I also say is you don't quit on the guy. This is his year. You don't quit on the guy at this point. You go to Tyrod for what? You're not winning anything. You don't trade for a Shedeur Sanders, who you could have picked, who was sitting there to be had. You don't give up anything for a Shedeur Sanders who he can't get on the field in front of Dylan Gabriel. You're not trading for a quarterback at all because you're going to lose out. So lose out and draft your quarterback. But, you know, this is Justin Fields' last year, only year with the Jets, I'm going to assume. So figure out what he can do. Put him in the shotgun. Roll him out. Give him half a field. No more dropping him back. No more thinking that he can come up to the line of scrimmage, identify where the safeties are, who's coming, who's not coming, pause, who's blitzing, who's not blitzing, and where to throw the football. Garrett Wilson is wasting away with the Jets. But there's another mistake, too. You paid Garrett Wilson, who's probably going to want out, and you paid Sauce Gardner, who had a little bit of a better game. But it's like this regime, man, this is who the 33rd team picked, Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn. And they're not going anywhere. They're not. So if you're a Jets fan, just suffer through it and understand that this is part of the process. And maybe there is some light at the end of the tunnel because Dan Campbell and Detroit went 0-10-1. And it seems like the Jets are on that same path. But that's not the path of Ben Johnson and the Bears. But I guess he had a little bit more there, and they had a better draft and a bunch of things. So we'll get the Jets out of the way first. If you want to talk to me about what I saw or what I said, there's the only thing different that I could say is just understand this season is over. It's rock bottom. It's you got to destroy before you can elevate. You got to get to this point where Aaron Rodgers is 4-1, and everybody's talking about the decision to kick him to the curb and what he could have done, and how the Steelers didn't want Justin Fields, and they got your guy, and vice versa. It sucks. I really do feel for Jets fans because it's another wasted season. You thought the last couple years were bad with Rob Saleh. This is worse, but you got to go through it to hopefully get a coach that learns from it and get some draft capital for next year and start to turn this thing around in 2026. 888-808-1019. We'll start with the Jets, but trust me, there's plenty to talk about in the NFL, plenty to talk about in Major League Baseball as well. I'm not going to stay there, but I got to do my part before we hit midnight. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We're up and running. Call me up. I'll say good morning on the other side. We'll be right back.
It may be the offseason for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no offseason for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
What you want, what you want, what you want, what you want, what you want.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Don't look now, but the Giants are 2 games out of first place in the NFC East. Bears forcing 3 turnovers along with a Jake Moody 38-yard field goal as time expired. They surprised the Commanders 25-24. Falcons erased the Bills 24-14 as Josh Allen picked off twice. Patriots now taking over first place in the AFC East. Garrett Wilson avoided anything too serious, but still expected to miss a couple of weeks with the hyperextended knee. As for Aaron Glenn, he knows they're winless, but have faith.
And I understand how it looks on the outside. The thing is, I told you guys and I told the fans, man, do not let go of the rope. The things I know that we're doing is we're trying to build a solid foundation so we can consistently try to win.
Dodgers able to hold off the Brewers 2-1. They grabbed game 1. Blake Trinan struck out Bryce Terang with the bases loaded in the 9th to end it. This after Blake Snell had faced the minimum through 8, allowed just 1 hit, struck out 10. Mariners dismissed the Blue Jays 10-3. Jorge Polanco, your go-ahead 3-run shot. Seattle heads home with a 2-0 series advantage. Hockey, the Devils up in the Blue Jackets 3-2. Dawson Mercer a pair. Timo Meyer also lit the lamp, and the Jets rolled the Islanders 5-2. 55 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Good morning, good morning. Let's do it, man. We're talking sports on the Fan. What else? Your evening host, Keith McPherson, here for another one of those Monday night into Tuesday morning quarterbacking sessions where, I guess, you should have put in Tyrod Taylor. I guess, Justin Fields sucks. But you can't throw the guy away. You paid him. And I know it's a 2-year contract or whatever. Next year, who cares about what next year is? Next year, he might just be a filler before the rookie is ready to go. And like I've said, and we'll get to the Giants too, with like Jackson Dart, for example. And I know like that's part of it too. That's part of the Jets fan misery too. Here come the Giants, who a lot of us pegged as like behind the Jets this year, talent-wise, not going to do anything, supposed to be firing their coach, and Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo and Abdul Carter come along, and a couple other guys, too, that were already there, guys that were drafted the year before, guys that were traded for. And in this wide-open NFL, the Giants have a chance. They have a fighting chance. They'd have more of a fighting chance if they started Jackson Dart sooner. 888-808-1019. Little did we know. We've got to kind of train our brains and condition our brains. There's 2 things, right? If you've got 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. Incorrect. For years now, I've been saying you need 2 quarterbacks in this league. The Bengals are starting Joe Flacco because they didn't have 2 quarterbacks. They thought, Jake Browning's good enough to be the backup. That's a mistake. You've seen it. The Jets saw it. Zach Wilson's good enough to be the backup. Oh, no, Rodgers is down 4 plays in. You need 2 quarterbacks in this league, man. These guys aren't going to stay healthy. We saw Josh Allen get hurt tonight. Played through it, but we'll see how that goes. Ends up an L for the Bills. You need 2 quarterbacks in this league, and then also we need to change our thought process as far as these quarterbacks being ready. Look at the game you just saw tonight between Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. Everybody is already ready to say Jaden Daniels is the next whatever, and that the Commanders won the draft and that the Bears chose the wrong guy. I mean, a lot of it is coaching and a lot of it is supporting cast, but what I'll say about those 2 guys is they came in NFL ready. More than ever, these young quarterbacks have quarterback coaches, specific quarterback coaches that prepare them. They are preparing all year long. They are watching film all year long. They are dropping back. They are throwing passes. They are reading defenses. Like Jaden Daniels has a virtual reality headset that he puts on, and he speeds it up to process the game. I don't know what exactly they do with Jackson Dart. Besides, he just got the juice. He's just like that. He's got moxie, and he's ready for it. And like they said how quickly he picked up the offense. We saw it in the preseason, but now we're really seeing it. And you know what? When I watch Justin Fields, I get frustrated with Justin Fields because he has the speed. He has the arm. It's all upstairs. And, man, in contrast to watching Thursday Night Football, and how about that? They gave New York the 2 standalone games. Thursday Night Football, you get the Giants who put the city on their back. And then Sunday morning in London, the Jets embarrassed the city and all their fans. But when I'm watching these 2 quarterbacks, Jackson Dart never says die. He doesn't want a play to die. Might be to his detriment at some point, but he doesn't care. I remember in preseason saying, he's not sliding. He's not the starter. He'll slide when he's a starter. He's the starter now. He's diving head first at guys. He's the starter now. He's not taking sacks. He's running around. He's scrambling. He's finding green grass until he can find a receiver or an open lane to run. Why can't Justin Fields do that? It's paralysis by analysis. And that's disappointing because you would think that if Aaron Glenn went to specifically get this guy, if Tanner Engstrand specifically is going to be your offensive coordinator, you guys played in the NFC North against the guy, you know his skill set, you know what he is and what he isn't, you would think that you would tailor the offense around him. You don't have any receivers, literally now. You're down to 1 running back who wants to be traded, and I get it because we're weeks away from the trade deadline. So, like, if you don't have confidence in your offense before the half, if you don't have confidence in your kicker, and then Aaron Glenn, like, I'm so disappointed because I watched a lot of Aaron Glenn stuff from Hard Knocks to his interview on The Pivot to I remember playing a bunch of stuff that he said, but it's all words, man. And I think it's going to take a lot of time for him to actually be that guy. But damn, bro, all that talk about coaching and accountability, you can cut Xavier Gibson. You can't cut the rest of these dudes. We're in the season now. You need these guys. You got to hold people accountable. You can't hold them that accountable. And then you talk about coaching, and you try to throw Rob Saleh under the bus or even Jeff Ulbrich. Shout out to Jeff Ulbrich and that Falcons defense tonight. Some familiarity with Jeff Ulbrich's defense, seeing the Bills and Josh Allen. But you try to throw the Jets' old regime under the bus in a way, saying that these guys weren't coached properly, and look at you now. Got to coach Justin Fields up. Got to run some plays to get him on the move, get him out of the pocket. He's not a drop-back quarterback. He's not Jared Goff. And you also don't have Sonic and Knuckles in the backfield like they had, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. They're really going to have to get creative here. They're going to have to figure something out. Can't just have him dropping back, taking 9 sacks, have him thinking too much, have him not being able to read the defense. And I get it, and I say I backed the guy, and I really thought that they were going to scheme and plan around his skill set and not force him to do that. But it's the NFL. All these guys got to read defenses. All these guys got to identify how many safeties are there. Who's the Mike? Who's the middle linebacker? Who's the Will? Who's the Sam? Like, you got to call some of these things out. You got to know. Like, it'll literally, like, if you can read the defense, of course, all these defenses are disguised, but it doesn't matter because if you can read the defense and identify what kind of coverage they're in, that will tell you what to do when you snap the ball. And it's got to be faster. Justin Fields has been in the league for too long. I don't know what Tanner Engstrand is doing with him. I don't know what Aaron Glenn is doing with him, but it looked really bad. But I'll say that's one game. And, of course, Aaron Glenn comes out and talks to the media and says, it's just one game. You don't bench a guy after that, and kind of, shoves off the question. But this is a starving fan base. This is a fed-up fan base. And you kicked Aaron Rodgers to the curb, who a lot of them loved. A lot of his teammates wanted him to stay, and a lot of fans were torn on that. You kick Aaron Rodgers to the curb, you gotta have a better-looking quarterback and offense instead of essentially taking a knee before half because, I don't want them to get the ball back. We're good. We're going to get the ball back in the second half. It's soft. It's weak. It's JV. It's got to be better. And it can be better. 888-808-1019. If you're a Jets fan, which I say I lean gang green, but damn, I don't blame you. I kicked the Dallas Cowboys to the curb. I told you, why can't the Panthers beat the Dallas Cowboys? I should have told you more about Rico Dowdle and his, they better buckle up. They weren't buckled up. I cashed this week betting on Rico Dowdle, betting on the Panthers to beat the Cowboys. I didn't bet the Cowboys to beat them in one parlay and one bet. But here come the Panthers now to face the Jets at home. The Jets got to figure it out. Offensively, the defense has come along some, but they got to figure it out on offense. It's a bad look. It's a really bad look. King George in the Bronx on the Fan.
Live long and prosper, and you're totally wrong. He's not learning a lesson. He's getting taught a lesson.
Who is
Aaron
that?
Glenn
Aaron Glenn?
Aaron Glenn is getting taught a lesson. He's not learning a lesson.
He's learning on the job. The lesson he's getting taught is about New York and the New York media and the goddamn Jets. It is tough to come here and turn the Jets around. Many have failed.
Many. Even Parcells. Parcells was the last guy that did anything with them. And the other
Rex Ryan.
Rex Ryan.
Yeah, who wanted the job.
Than that, if you know what they call coaching the Jets are fools, Aaron. It's like talk show hosts that go against you. I mean, you eat all the food on your plate. You walk with a strut and not a gait, and you kick your competitors out the gate.
Hey.
So it's a fool's errand to coach the Jets.
But they are one of 32 NFL teams. They're one of two teams in this New York market. It can't stay this way forever. It cannot be this bad forever.
I'm older than you. Other than the 68-69 season, it's been bad.
Yeah, but it's got to change, King George. Appreciate you, King, but this is what I'm saying. Maybe this is the rock bottom that you actually got to hit. The rock bottom wasn't Aaron Rodgers' Achilles and that whole disaster. The rock bottom wasn't coming back from London last year and they fire the head coach. Hey, you got company now. The Tennessee Titans. Oh, yeah, they kicked Brian Callahan to the curb. Could you believe that? I saw a video of him not taking a shot at Cam Ward. I felt like it was a return serve because Cam Ward has, this is, again, talking about these quarterbacks coming into the NFL. Cam Ward hasn't earned anything in the NFL yet. You feel me? He got drafted number 1. The only quarterback they had on the roster to compete with him was Will Levis. Shoulder injury, he's out. He got handed one of 32 NFL franchises to be the starting quarterback. And now he's a good player. We saw him at Miami, and they were good for a while. And I think he's going to be a good NFL quarterback. But he's been very vocal in the postgame where he said, straight up, we ass. We're not good. And so now Brian Callahan had something to say in the media after the game, and he took aim at Cam Ward. But not really aim at just Cam Ward. He's saying we all got to be better. And he said Cam is a part of that. There are other reasons why he potentially, got let go. Just losing record. He's got one more win than the Jets. But I think it was, him taking a shot at this kid that they think is a franchise quarterback. You can't do it. You can't do it. They just came off of beating the Cardinals in an emphatic way. You can't criticize these players. You can't even think about doing it. Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the team that the Titans beat last week, the Cardinals, he got fined and had to do a whole press conference over hitting a player. These people never heard of Bobby Knight. They never heard of someone. I mean, and he didn't. It wasn't like he punched him in the face. The guy's wearing pads. He's muscled up. He gave him just like a reality check, like a tap. Like, come on, bro, you're blowing the game for us. You don't do that. This is the NFL, And he got fined and had to apologize. Said that's not the person I want to be. I couldn't sleep at night. But they fined him $100,000 for that. But anyway, back to where we're going. I don't think Aaron Glenn's hitting any of his players, but hopefully he's hitting them in a place where they do feel like change is happening. Hopefully it's hitting in that building where they do feel like they are being coached better than they were being coached in the past, and that it's just a matter of time until the results show. The NFL, it's tough to win. And that's why I was so disappointed. I literally was sitting on my couch, and I didn't even want to watch the second half of the game after that. It's so hard to win. You have to be going for it at all times. You have to be trying to score. This is an NFL where guys are kicking 60-yard field goals at ease. You have to attempt it. If you don't have any faith in your offense, attempt the kick. Don't play it safe. I don't know, man. It's weird vibes. It's weird energy. But for the Jet fan that listens to this station, and I heard a bunch of calls today, the only thing different that I can say is this is Justin Fields' year. Hope that Justin Fields figures it out. Hope that they shift the offense some, because they're going to have to, especially if they're trading off Breece Hall. Garrett Wilson's out for a couple weeks. Hope that they play to his skill set a little more. And hope that, any given Sunday, somebody underestimates the Jets and the Jets are able to rip off a win. But it's not even about wins at this point. You're already on to the draft. And, of course, the conversation out there is there's no clear-cut number one quarterback in the draft. And then the side conversation is, do you trust Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn with the top pick in the draft and a top pick in the rounds to follow? Steve is in Saratoga with us next. What's up, Steve?
Hey, okay. That was the stupidest end to a half that I've ever seen.
Me too.
So
in the NFL.
What makes it so stupid is that in his rationale, he's thinking that you get the ball back at the same place in the begin the second half. You don't.
He's not thinking.
You don't get the.
He's thinking we'll get the ball back and maybe we'll have better luck and we'll have more time to put a drive together. He's not thinking we'll be right back here.
You lose the ball on a kickoff. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, you don't play for.
That's stupid.
Yeah, you don't play. I don't. That rationale to me was stupid. That was a defensive-minded coach playing scared.
You're at the 45-yard line. You don't get there automatically when you start the second half. You may not get there at all. So you were on 15 yards from possibly a field goal or something. You had time for one more play.
To just stand there and look at the offense, to not have a play like I swear they practice these situations.
Of course,
I would hope.
And he just choked.
Yeah, you're right, Steve. That's a big part of it too. He choked. Yeah, they all choked in the moment. They had nothing in the moment.
Right, but that rationale that we're going to get the ball back in the
don't even say that
in the second half,
and that he got caught with his pants down. It shows. It's just like there's no response for it.
He's not a good coach, and I just want to say too, talk about stupidity. Aaron Boone needs to go. The Yankees will never win with him. I thought he was stupid when he was batting Brett Gardner in the cleanup spot in playoff games 5 years ago, and batting Aaron Judge, possibly the best home run hitter that's ever lived, second is stupid.
Thanks for the call, Steve. I didn't want to start doing this, but why not? I don't have that much time tonight. Aaron Boone is safe. Brian Cashman is safe. They're not going anywhere, but they got to figure some stuff out. It's hard to even watch baseball. Luckily, as a Yankee fan, if you're hate watching the Blue Jays like I am, you feel pretty good about what you're seeing, right? But also, it makes you hate the Yankees too. Because you're like, damn, is it this easy for the Mariners? As I was saying in my open, the Mariners played 15 innings into the next day, into the night. Well, I guess it wasn't the next day out west. But still a long-ass game. They still had to empty the tank. They still had to pop champagne, ride a wave of emotion, all of their fans, everybody in that city, and then go to Canada just a couple days later. And you know what? I thought that the Blue Jays were on ice when we faced them. Remember me getting on all pumped up like, oh, they haven't been playing for a week. Well, you know what iced them? Popping champagne in Yankee Stadium, playing Frank. I told you I don't play with Frank. A lot of y'all like to tweet me and say, play Frank when the Yankees lose. Don't play with Frankie, boy. They played Frank Sinatra. They played Start Spreading the News. John Snyder had a whole speech. Start spreading the news. We're going to... They lose. The Blue Jays lose at home 3-1. They had that Springer dinger to start the game off. Whoa! Shot their LOAD. And then tonight, boy, Julio and Jorge Polanco, the great Sweeney Murdy used to tell us, 3-run home runs win ball games. Placata. And then they're flashing all the stats about how many home runs the Mariners hit. They're flashing all the stats about the Mariners and their record, and they win when they hit home runs. When they hit more than one home run, they definitely win. And you already know they got Cal Raleigh. But it ain't just him. Julio Rodriguez, who, you know, when I went out there, Julio Rodriguez's face is on everything. He's the face of the franchise. Before Cal Raleigh even came up like this, there were some people looking at him like a bust. Why'd we give him that big contract? Because he's cold-blooded in the postseason if you can get there. And Jorge Polanco was signed late. And I know there's Yankee fans that are, saying, because I was on Yankee Twitter and I tweeted it out too, and I said, never mind, jokingly. But Jorge Polanco was somebody who was rumored to be signed with the Yankees. As we were screaming, we need a bat, we need a bat, and we were looking at this infield and we're like, hey, third base, you guys are going to go with DJ LeMahieu, Oswaldo Cabrera, Oswald Peraza. What happened to those three players? Waldo broke his leg. DJ, they had to literally cut. And Peraza, they traded. Anyway, Polanco is starring in this postseason for the M's. Chicks dig the long ball. Josh Naylor homered. And, they're beating up on the Blue Jays. And they take a commanding lead back to the Pacific Northwest. They're up 2-0 after putting up 10 runs. 10-3. You love to see it. You love to see it, but it's frustrating, right? Because who else is built on the home run? Who else hits all those home runs, right? Well, we couldn't wait. Obviously, now I try not to yell. I don't ever want to be someone that yells on the fan. I don't think I need to yell. I just got to talk to you. I don't think yelling helps my case. But I was about to start yelling about how we couldn't wait to see Trent Grisham hit home runs in the postseason. Belly hit home runs in the postseason. Jazz, Ben Rice, Volpe. Judge gave us a good one. Judge's homer was, how did I forget? John Carlos Stanton. Where was the postseason G homers? Anyway, 888-808-1019. Tony's in Montreal with us on the Fan.
Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to my friend.
That's a tough one. I saw that. Canadian Thanksgiving, that's a tough way to celebrate losing by 7 runs.
Yeah, but you know what? We have to give you kudos. Down in New York, we're giving thanks for all of the good things in life, Keith. And baseball is one thing that's good in our lives. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But to all our friends in the U.S., happy Thanksgiving, and we'll be celebrating your Thanksgiving also. I just wanted to say quickly on your point on Jackson Dart, to the regular, I'm not an expert like you are on football, but to the regular football guy that likes football, I like watching that guy because he seems to be very confident. Even when he fails, he's like the young kid on the football field that's, you can see he's tough. If he makes a mistake, he
creates.
He blames it.
There isn't a play he can't make, whether he's running it or throwing it. Every play, every time he snaps the ball, it's his play to be made. It is very exciting to watch.
Wouldn't you think he looks like, the quarterback in Buffalo? Everybody loves that quarterback. I'm going to get drawing
Josh
a blank on
Allen?
his name.
Yeah,
Josh
what's
Allen.
funny?
He looks like a smaller version.
The Buffalo Bills wish the Toronto Blue Jays good luck in the postseason tournament. Tough night for the Buffalo Bills tonight and the Toronto Blue Jays.
I think they're playing with fire when you do that kind of stuff. I just wanted to say, C-Mac said to the victor go the spoils, but the Yankees lose. They didn't do too much for Vlad. I think Vlad should use some humility. Even though I love the guy, and, I love good baseball players, but, there's some hockey players in New York that keep their mouths shut, no matter how good they are. And there's some great hockey players in Montreal, Guy Lafleur, Rod Gilbert. You never heard them do that kind of stuff.
It's
I know
smart it's smart to not talk until until it's finished, until it's over, till you win, or you know what I'm saying? That's a great point. Thank you for the call, Tony. You just made me think of something that I had in my notes earlier, right? Because I saw. And we'll talk about Vladdy and how much they celebrate. I already talked about John Schneider and them popping champagne in the Yankees clubhouse, playing Frank. Vladdy is another one, was emotional after beating the Yankees, right? Fire in his eyes. I'm screaming, don't pitch to the guy. He's unconscious. He's all the way dialed. He's all the way turned off now. Where's the fire at, Vladdy? I got on Sportsnet 590 in Canada. I did 3 different shows during the ALCS, talking about how that's the guy you pay. That's the face of the franchise. He's turning it on right now. What, you got to stay turned on, Vladdy. The M's, there's nothing there for you? There's no fire burning from last year when the M's knocked you down? What, because you're so obsessed with the New York Yankees, you played the series of your life against them, and so far you're 0-7 out of the gate. That's tough. And there are all these posts that come out. Shout out to John Boy Media and them. They do a good job of finding little things, right? They put something out. They said the Jays just finished their pregame hype video with an infamous "Duh Yankees lose" from number 27. Huge cheers go up in the Rogers Center. So before they kick off the American League Championship Series, they've got this whole video, which you guys know in Yankee Stadium, like it's the postseason. This happened and this happened. Blah, blah. They did one of those, and they had to bring Vladdy's "Duh Yankees lose" thing into it, and that fired up all the fans. Ha, 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 ha. 2 L's. There's a fan walking around with a Blue Jays jersey with number 25 on the back, but it reads from top to bottom, "Duh, 25, Yankees lose." I also saw, I think, John Boy Media, MLB Fits put that out, and they're like, full tip of the cap to the person with the quick turnaround. See, so where I'm going is, after the Yankees lose, everybody talks about the mystique of the Yankees is gone. The Yankees aren't the Yankees anymore. There is no aura to them. Nobody fears them anymore. Okay, that may be true as far as Austin Wells, guys in the uniform like Anthony Volpe, Trent Grisham, who won't be here. But there's so many people that obsess over the Yankees. The Yankees live rent-free in their mind. The Yankees need to know that they're getting everybody's best punch. They're stepping in the ring. Everybody wants to knock you out. And a lot of these teams, players, and franchises are looking for get back from the years past. Vladdy had a personal tie with his pops. But also, like Toronto, there's beef in the division and just years and years and years of watching the Yankees succeed. After Toronto had their little run in the early 90s, who came and ran the whole thing for years after? The New York Yankees. So, as, Steve in Saratoga ended his call talking about Aaron Boone stinks, they'll never win with him, Cashman this and this. Man, if this offseason does one thing to them, I hope they get dead-ass serious about finding some dogs. Like, Freddie Freeman is a dog. Elite. A menace this time of the year. On both sides of the ball. He's healthy. Look at the Dodgers. This is what they do. This is what their brand is built off of, right? And that's why they say now the Dodgers are the modern-day evil empire. Look what the Dodgers consistently go and do. I don't think the Brewers are beating them. It's a long series. The Brewers had a shot tonight. Who was it, Terang at the end? Bro, take the hit by pitch. Can I get a Michael Conforto hit by pitch action something, bro? I'm like, it's not going to hurt that much. Because you take that hit by pitch, the game is tied. Take your base. They might walk it off after you, and then you can go ice up, champ. Instead, Blake Trinan K's him, and they had to bring Blake Trinan in because they're trying to make Roki Sasaki their new closer. Whatever. You paid him a ton of money. He was crying in the club because baseball was really hard on him, and the adjustment to Major League Baseball was just too much to handle. You remember him weeping? The Dodgers are going to figure it out, and they're going to continue to win. The Yankees got to figure it out and get back to winning. 888-808-1019. It's all on the table, man. We've got 2 great Monday Night Football games that just happened. Storylines abound. Michael Penix Jr., I told you, I remember that night getting on the fan and being like, yo, great move by the Falcons. Now, it hasn't fully materialized yet. He hasn't even started 10 games, I don't think. But, like, look at the weapons he has with Drake London and Bijan Robinson and the almighty Buffalo Bills. Who have the Bills beat? As we're already ready to crown them. You want to crown them? Go ahead and crown them then. The Buffalo Bills have beat the Saints, the Dolphins, the Jets, and they should have lost to the Ravens. But what are the Ravens now? And then Ben Johnson, who told the Jets, no thanks, that's not a job I want to take. And that's what I'm saying, you Jet fans, don't be so quick to kick Aaron Glenn to the curb, because who's coming to save the day? Do I think it potentially was a mistake to go with another first-year head coach, another defensive-minded guy? Yeah, but let him grow, let him figure it out, and take his lumps. This season's been over. It's over. So it's going to be a tough one, but you got to hope that this coach learns the rest of the way. This quarterback, they get something out of him, and even if they don't, whatever, then you're going to be the number 1 pick or a top pick where you can get a quarterback for the future. And this is something you got to go through. It's rock bottom, and the Jets' rock bottom is even lower. And yeah, in the baseball world, we're off and running. The Dodgers are 1 step closer to another World Series appearance. It's what they do. And then the Mariners are 2 steps closer to going to a World Series. They never won a World Series, bro. If you're not believing in the M's, if you're not rooting for this team of destiny, that's who I'm rooting for the rest of the way. And of course, looking at them beat the Blue Jays, you can't help but to think about the Yankees. I wonder if the Met fan is looking at the Dodgers saying, we would have knocked them out. That should be us. We should be in Milwaukee right now. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan till 2 a.m. Call me up. We'll be right back.
This is science. You can't bet against a coach who wears a fishing vest.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
They are a much better defense than I gave them credit for before the season started.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And The Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metrics, root score report dated 1H 2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. We'll always go the extra mile for you. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwiththedevils.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yep. Just heard an ad running with the Devils, RJ Barnabas, something like that. Shout out to the New Jersey Devils, man. We're going to force some Devils talk at some point during the season. Not right now. Well, actually, yeah, right now. Shout out to the Devils. Little 2-game winning streak. It's not a streak till you get to 3, but maybe they get to 3 opening night against the defending champs at The Rock. Woo! I saw, Jake Allen was out of the game, and I mean, both of these last 2 games, the Devils kind of just score early and hold them off. Had an exciting one over the weekend against the Lightning. Won that one 5-3, and I think they were up 3-0 or 3-1, and then for tonight, most of the game was 2-1. They end up winning 3-2. So we're just looking for anything we can latch on to. We're looking for anything that, we can root for as the seasons change you got to just move on to the next thing, right? And we've got real hockey now. These games count. We've got preseason basketball. Pretty soon, these things will count, I think, next week. And, the football is off and running. It's wide open for whomever. The NFL scriptwriters are cooking. The Jets are cooked. They're the most cooked team in the NFL, but whatever. They got to go through it, man. Aaron Glenn's got to go through it. Rock bottom, all time. Whatever, it is what it is. Not like you're that surprised. I just think the surprise here, and like I said, it makes me mad because I'm like, damn it, they fooled me. They fooled me too. Aaron Glenn talked a good game. I thought Justin Fields would have been a good move, reuniting him with Garrett Wilson and having an offensive line. And that's another thing, too, with this offensive line. You know, Armand Membu is a whole rookie. He's going to look like a rookie at times. Olu Fashanu is a second-year player. He's going to look like a second-year player at times. They're good players. They're not going to be, seasoned vets without seasoning. You think about this offense, Mason Taylor is a nice little piece. He's not much of a blocker. He's not a beast. Like, you could have drafted Tyler Warren. You see Tyler Warren and Daniel Jones and them cooking up? I don't know, man. I thought the Cardinals were about to beat the Colts. That would have blown my parlay. I had a nice parlay this weekend. Boy, did I need it. I just had to pay my healthcare premium. It paid for my healthcare premium, man. So... And I'm forever down. Lifetime, I'm down. I was in the suite talking to some of the homies at the Thursday night football. I'm like, lifetime, I think I'm down 100,000 gambling. I don't even really want to know. I'll die one day, and before I go to heaven or hell, hopefully I'm going to heaven. I think I've got enough equity there. So let's just say when I go to heaven, God's going to be like, since you started gambling as a 16-year-old, actually, hopefully I live till I'm 96. You lost $500,000. But what about the wins? Some of the wins were good. Anyway, let's get back to the phones. We're talking sports fans that listen to the fan and watch all the sports and have their takes and have their opinions. Shout out to everybody rocking in the chat. Appreciate all y'all in the chat, man. Let's continue. Damon is down in Delaware. Delaware on the fan.
Yeah, Delaware. Nice retirement place for all you people out there. I didn't call to talk about this, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention you were talking about this cat Amari DeMarcardi who got pushed by Jonathan Gannon, and I just want to juxtapose if the shoe would have been reversed, Amari would have been suspended, and he would have been fined, and he would have been possibly never playing another down in the
but Jonathan Gannon wouldn't fumble the ball at the 1 yard line.
Well, I've seen coaches. I saw the coach that was coaching tonight for the Chicago Bears make a blunder when he told his kicker to kick the ball out of bounds earlier this season, and that caused him to lose the game. So coaches make stupid mistakes too. They may not make on-field mistakes, but they make dumb mistakes as well. But that was my major point.
You just got to keep your hands to yourself. You can't put your hands on anybody. I'm trying to teach my 2.5-year-old son that. Because that's where the line gets drawn. You could yell and say whatever you want to him, and we don't catch that. As soon as you physically impact a player, hit a player, even though he's a big, strong NFL running back, it's like, nah, that's not right.
No, well, you're right. I agree with you there because earlier I thought you were making fun of it, and I didn't really appreciate it.
No. What I was saying is like the climate we're in, where like I think part of Brian Callahan being fired was that he mentioned Cam Ward in the post game. And we are in the softest time ever with these Gen Z athletes. They get the participation trophy. They're coddled.
Well, let me ask you this question. I'm 61. You're a lot younger than I am. So if the athletes are soft, what is the regular Joe? What is he? Is he Mr. Frosty? Or is he Mr. Whatever you want to, the ice cream truck that used to come to my house when I was living in the projects in Brownsville, East New York?
Mr. Softy Frosty.
Let me just make
Frosty.
1 point.
No, these kids are butter soft.
Okay, so what's good for the goose is good for the gander, my player. So one thing I just want to make, and then I'll let you have your show back. David Culley, Lovie Smith, Antonio Pierce, Gerard Mayo, Steve Wilkes.
Yep,
all
I know
these
where
guys
you're going.
are brothers, and they only got 1 year.
Yep.
Now, everybody's making a big deal over what's going on in New England with Vrabel. Excuse me for butchering his name. But you know what? Last year, they were under the salary cap. This year, they went and got the Diggs kid and spent all this money. So it's conceivable that if Mayo would have been there, he might have had just as much of a turnaround, because Drake May was a rookie last year, and now he's a second-year player.
Perhaps.
A lot better as a second-year player than he did as a rookie, which is expected. But my last point is simply this. You can't be throwing with these guys away. I mean, everybody was, saying that Jaden Daniels the next coming of, and I heard you mention this, and I respect you for it as well. He was the next coming. He's the fourth or fifth best quarterback in the league. What happened now? Now all of a sudden Williams is better than him?
He threw a pick in the red zone today. I'm like, that's not looking elite, but like that, I don't know about that. Yeah.
I appreciate you, man. Have a great night. Continue.
Thanks for the call, Damon. Yeah, I understand. I don't think they're throwing Aaron Glenn away. But like we know, brothers have had a rough go at it in head coaching. Wait, let me stop. Brothers have had a rough go at it in America. The end. Take race out of it. Aaron Glenn came in with a bravado. Aaron Glenn came in and made his own bed. Aaron Glenn came in and played tough guy with Aaron Rodgers. He didn't want Aaron Rodgers undermining him. I don't care if you're purple. Like, it's about your actions. His actions aren't backing up his first actions, his first words. And I understand, because I know everybody told him, hey, you're taking that Jets job. The New York media is tough. Hey, you got to go in there with your guard up. You can have your guard up, but at the same time, it's just like Rob Saleh was the one that told y'all about receipts. We're already cashing these Aaron Glenn receipts in. Clapping after a loss. Like, this is JV. They look like JV on the field. I'm like, they don't have a damn play. They're not about to run a play. They're about to just let the time run out. What was the point? What was the point of all that? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. So black, white, or whatever, and I'm not about to play the race car with Aaron Glenn. He set himself up for this. If he would have he's being humbled right in front of our eyes. If he would have came in a little more humble, understanding the task at hand, this is the New York Jets, buddy. So where coaches and players come to DIE, there is no success here. It is NFL, not for long here, So, he has a 5-year contract. I think Woody Johnson and the 33rd team, like, isn't it so Jets? Isn't it typical Jets? They interviewed all of these people to do what they've already done in the past: hire a first-year head coach, a defensive-minded head coach, and then let him pick his entire staff. He's got a first-time offensive coordinator that's never done this in the NFL. And a quarterback who's played in some other places but was benched last year for Russell Wilson. And now you're looking at this guy and the fans are calling for Tyrod Taylor. Like, it is bad. It is not good. This is the NFL where we do see some teams turn around. Like the Chicago Bears, it was a perfect example. Him and Ben Johnson were in the same place. Ben Johnson has ripped off 3 wins in a row. There won't be a stretch this year where Aaron Glenn rips off 3 wins in a row. Ben Johnson talked a big game too, but not in the same type of way. Not in the same type of way. Aaron Glenn came in almost mean. almost so sure of himself. Like it gave off this feeling of, like I said, he fooled me. He duped me. I was like, oh, this guy is a coach. This guy's he's not going to rest. He's going to have his hands in everything. He's going to get this thing right. And I had thought that the Jets had enough players where it wouldn't be starting from scratch. This looks like a guy starting from scratch. He is. He's never done this before. The lights got really bright in London. Only game on. Not prepared. Not ready to do what you got to do to score points, to move the ball, to win. That game could have been had. That would have been a huge win for the Jets. Would have been a huge win for Aaron Glenn. And they botched it. Ron is in Flatbush on the Fan with us. What's up, Ron?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keys. I'm hurting.
You're a Jets fan.
I got to get some. Of course, Jets fan. I'm you. All my teams stink. I'm Yankees. I'm Nets rebuilding. I'm Jets. And I'm Syracuse.
Well, you could be a Met fan. You could be a Met fan.
No, I'm Yankees, bro. I'm with you. We didn't even talk about that. Since the last game, I didn't get on with you.
I know. I buried it already. I buried this season that Sunday when they went down 2-0. I just didn't tell anybody. I got on the fan that night and just, like, in a way, was like, nobody's coming back from down 2-0. Like, you're not beating the Blue Jays.
I need some bars, though. Right? Come on. You got to enlighten me on spring training the next year. You got to make something for me. But going to the Jets. Glenn is not making that 5 year. You know that.
He's not making what?
Glenn, he's not going to make that 5 year contract. And Glenn needs an offensive coordinator. I don't know why he brought Steve Wilkes here. Glenn already made mistakes. The general managers made mistakes from the beginning. And their own system. The Jets should have at least 3 games. They could easily have 3 wins right now.
Yeah.
And he's a 0. He's starting off the worst with the whole media mess up, talking. He's done everything wrong.
We're not the same old Jets. He's dancing on the sideline. He's clapping after the game. He's already using the instant coffee phrase. The big ships turn slow.
He's done everything wrong. He deserves the 0 thing. I don't know what they're going to do. And now Wilson's gone. I don't know. I don't think he's going to make 2 years, bro. But I think what's important is this general manager, because he's going to have the power. And he's going to make the pick. Whatever is 3, 4, 2, 1.
Yeah.
And it's going to be.
And
the
we've
best
seen them screw that up plenty. We've seen them screw up that first round pick plenty times.
Bro, I couldn't believe. This is my last point, Struggle. I couldn't believe at the 50-yard line, you see a quarterback can't run. Are you tanking? If you run the ball 3 times, Keith, you're going to get at least 6 yards. It's not going to be a 62-yard field goal. It's going to be a 57. And I don't blame the kicker. He's like, yo, don't come to me and try to get. No, I'm not going to make 62. I can make 58. I don't blame him. Like, yo, you make the 8 yards. Listen, folk.
I'm listening, bro. I'm laughing. I'm letting you go because there's no tanking in London. They're not thinking about the draft.
I cannot believe. I was in shock that they let that man go back 3 times. And you know he can. If you run the ball there, if you throw a screen there, you're going to get at least 6-7 yards. You could kick.
It's incompetent. It is so weak. Thanks for the call, Ron. It is so weak to see that happen in the NFL. You guys play Madden. You guys watch games. We are so confused. We never seen it before. Well, you got nothing. You're just going to let the clock run out. You're not even going to what? You know who would have never let that go down? Aaron Rodgers on his own. That's what I don't mean to laugh at Justin Fields because I did have confidence in him and I thought this would be different. But come on, bro. You're the quarterback. You don't need the head coach to hold your hand. Run a damn play. I don't know. I don't know. And not attempting the field goal, and then Glenn talking about, it was like a 68-yard field goal. No, it was 62. Why are you trying to lessen the? Why are you trying to lessen the blow here? Don't try and save face, add a couple yards, and that's even worse if you don't know exactly the yardage. You're the head coach, bro. I don't know, man. You know, I was able to drop the Dallas Cowboys when they traded Micah Parsons, and I knew they were doomed. Not only are they dumb as hell for trading Micah Parsons, Rico Dowdle, that's your man's. Rico Dowdle was there for 5 years. Rico Dowdle put the number 5 on his jersey. He talked to the media. Yeah, I was there for 5 years. They wouldn't have kept me 5 years for nothing. You brought Ezekiel Elliott in? Ew. The second time around? And then this year, what do? You go get Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. You don't bring Rico back? Bro, I ended up placing second in my fantasy league last year. And a big part of that was I drafted Rico Dowdle in the last round. And he actually turned into something later in the year. Revenge game. revenge game. So, like, not only do you not have Micah Parsons on that defense, you got somebody like Rico Dowdle going to run the ball. He's the backup. Chuba Hubbard is out. You got him. He's got hell to pay. Like, he wants revenge. He's talking about they better be buckled up. They weren't buckled up. He ate 200 yards. Rico wasn't like that. So, if I'm able to drop the Dallas Cowboys, Jets fans, you could drop the Jets. You don't have to listen to me say, hey, this is rock bottom. Give them, just this year is over. Give them a year to learn. Like, because who's got time for that? Nobody got time for that. This is supposed to be fun. Don't you guys like football? Like, honestly, this year has been so much fun already for me. Looking at my fantasy team, looking at my parlays, and not putting on a clown suit every Sunday. Not even, you can't find a Cowboys logo in my crib. I'm done. And it's funny, right? Because my son is getting older. It was my mom's birthday over the weekend. And my mom's still a Dallas fan. Love you, Mom. Sorry that you watched me become a Dallas fan on my own will as a kid. And then you joined. And then I said, I'm out. I don't have to do this. But, they're like, well, are you going to make Jackson a Dallas fan? Hell no. Not making my son a Dallas fan. But then they asked, well, Jackson Dart is big now. Like, what if he wants to? I'm like, would I stop my son from being a Jackson Dart Giants fan if he's going to school and kids are wearing Jackson Dart jerseys and Giants gear? And if Jackson Dart, I know we got to slow down on Jackson Dart a bit, but if he does become an all-pro and he's balling like that in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and my son says, Daddy, I want a Jackson Dart jersey. Can we go to a Giants game? Hell yeah, I can set that up easy. Come on. I ain't been to Jerry World in 10 years. If you're a Jets fan that doesn't go to MetLife to support the Jets, you're done. You don't have to go through pain and misery. We love football too much. And like, this NFL season is tough because this is a year where I thought that the Jets would be able to somewhat compete and get right. For them to be 0-6 in a league where I'm like, yo, there's no undefeated teams. The teams that we thought were just guaranteed, like, we can't call who is who or what is what now. There's multiple teams with 2 losses, 3 losses. Like, this is going to be fun. Somebody, like, by the time we get to the playoffs, like, this is going to be a fun NFL season. And to not be in it and then to look across the stadium and, like, not for nothing, the New York Football Giants are. They're the only team in the NFC East that got a win in Week 6. 888-808-1019. 1 hour left. I see people that want to talk about the MLB postseason. We're going to do that. Yankees, Jets, Giants, all of that. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
It's BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2 on the Fan. 1019 FM.
Mr. Mara sticking with Shane and Dable, letting them draft their own guy and having them go at it. And now this is the reward from taking that risk where they got their guy, and even though it started out slow this year, they made the decision to go to their rookie, and immediately you've seen a difference for 3 weeks. A significant turnaround.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by police officers RightToSue.com. Bears made it 3 straight wins, turned Washington over 3 times for 13 points, including the game-winning Jake Moody 38-yard field goal as time expired. As the Bears surprised Washington 25-24. Bijan Robinson ran for $170, including an 81-yard touchdown. Falcons raced the Bills 24-14. Garrett Wilson's going to miss a couple weeks with a knee injury, able to avoid anything too serious. As for the state of the club, Aaron Glenn thinks headed in the right direction.
To consistently win, I do know this. There has to be improvement. And to me, I saw improvement within that game. Does that mean that we're going to go on this deal of winning every one of our games? No, but I know this. it gives us a better chance to win.
Blake Snell fired 8 innings, a 1-hit ball, 10 Ks. Dodgers withstood the Brewers 2-1. Blake Treinen able to get Bryce Terang swinging with the bases loaded to seal the victory in the ninth. Take a 1-0 series lead. Jorge Polanco go-ahead 3-run shot. Julio Rodriguez, Josh Naylor each went deep as well. Mariners dominate the Blue Jays 10-3. They're up 2-0. Devils slip by the Blue Jackets 3-2. Dawson Mercer lit the lamp twice, and the Jets overwhelmed the Islanders 5-2. 55 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's Saturday. I'm Marco Belletti.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Still here. Inside the 1 a.m. hour on the Fan in New York. For the fans of the sports. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, just talking about things that have gone on, you know. And since the Yankees were eliminated, a lot of things have gone on. There's been a lot of trolling. There's been a lot of back and forth. And the one thing that I don't get, you know, and I caught a little flack on Instagram, but I don't care about internet flack. It's not real. Just like I saw Trey Savage talking about, all of the, the online hate my family's receiving. Yeah. Trey Savage opened up his press conference Sunday with a heavy plea. The Blue Jays rookie pitcher asked for an end to the abuse directed at his family and girlfriend ahead of his Game 2 start. Listen, bro, as long as nobody is running down on you, putting their hands on you, saying anything to you in person, it comes with the territory. So I saw that on New York Post Sports, and in the comments I said, if it's just online, welcome to being known. They'll be fine, ignore it. Like, this is what happens when you burst on the scene. And he's probably getting, this online hate, or his family is getting it from Yankee fans, maybe, because he dominated them. I mean, he's not getting any of this hate from Mariners fans after his performance tonight. Let me go check my handy-dandy box score. 4 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs, 5 earned, 3 walks, and he gave up a homer. Damn. The M's made it look that easy, huh? He was perfect against the Yankees, damn near. But yeah, speaking of his online stuff, I can't find the comment now because I do this stuff all day. I troll all day and night as myself. But there was a comment that I left. Where is this comment now? I can't scroll back and find it. But it was getting a lot of traction. And I laughed because I was like, I could end all this by simply deleting the comment. Oh, here it is. So New York Post Sports on Instagram says, looking back, was the Yankees' plan B better off without Juan Soto? And of course, your boy has the top comment, 556 likes. No one else is close. But I said, yes, without plan B, the Yankees probably missed the postseason like Soto did. And of course, people come out of anywhere. Keith, you're a Yankee homer. No, this guy doesn't know baseball. And then they start saying ridiculous things. There are some Met fans that believe that their plan A, right, with getting Juan Soto, like, let's start there. Don't talk about the Yankees' plan B not working. The Yankees won the same amount of games, but they ended up with the tiebreaker where they didn't get first place, whatever. You know what happens? They went to the wild card. They won the wild card. They lost to that team in the DS. They did not get back to the World Series. But you cannot in any realm say that they would have gotten back to the World Series if they signed Juan Soto. That $760 million that would have been spent on Juan Soto, there is no Max Fried. And all 19 of Max Fried's wins. There may not be a Cody Bellinger or a Paul Goldschmidt or a Devin Williams, or any configuration of the team that came after the trade deadline if the Yankees actually got what they wanted, the plan A of bringing back Juan Soto. It's just funny to me how many people, this guy he doesn't know anything. It's all because he's a Yankee fan. No. I'm a baseball fan. The Yankees' plan B worked out fine. Did it work to the effect of what they had last year? No. But do you also realize it's a different season? It's a different course. It's a different terrain. They faced the American League East And pretty soon, I hope the American League East is all eliminated. But it's not like facing the Royals and the Guardians. So for any Met fans that were celebrating, oh, they didn't make it to the World Series, we stole Juan Soto from them. Like, what? Where do they do that at? What multiverse do you live in? Maybe there's a multiverse that you live in where tonight, instead of Freddie Freeman hitting that first home run against the Milwaukee Brewers, it's Pete Alonso all over again. And you know what? If it was Pete Alonso all over again, Scott Boras would be talking to Steve Cohen tonight saying, hey, you know we want 7 years in this upcoming deal? And Steve Cohen would say, you know what? Pete's done it again. He hit another home run in Milwaukee. We're taking a 1-0 lead. He's a proven postseason performer. How much do you want for 7 years? Ross is in Bergen County with us on the Fan Next. What's up, Ross?
Hey, Keith, it's been a minute. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. Hanging out.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I talked to you. I didn't want to, weave myself into the morning period. I let you all, I don't want to get into the gist of things, bro. I saw a tweet today, though. Talk about this city and the sports, bro. I think it's tomorrow. It's going to be 5,000 days since the last championship that was won.
Oh, yeah, I saw that, too.
It's unbelievable, bro. I mean, if you look at every city with a team in each of the big four, right, the big four sports, but keep in mind, I think we're the only one. I think us in L.A. are the only ones with multiple in each league.
Yeah,
we're the third
Chicago. Whatever.
Yeah,
we have the most teams. Somebody should have won.
We have
but we
the
don't
most
count.
teams,
we
and
don't
we
count
have the third
NYCFC.
longest
We don't
drought.
count the Liberty.
Nah, I don't give a damn. The Liberty. I mean, bro, it's Minnesota's one, and of course there I got. Thank God I only got one of the four there. Minnesota's one. Detroit's two, and it looks like the Lions are going to win one anytime soon. And then it's us three. Of course, by the way, Detroit, I don't want to call up with this, but who was on that Detroit wagon, bro? And talk about not celebrating early, because, I was damn scared when I saw them beat Cleveland after all, that whole 16.5-point lead. So I didn't want to dance. I didn't want to do a DeMarcado, the guy on the Colts. I didn't want to do that. Tony Mitchell.
Silly.
Yeah, I didn't want to drop the ball at the one, bro. But I was in the space. I was yelling, "Los Tigres!" Because, bro, who was the head of that?
They took the Cy Young winner out. They took the Cy Young winner out,
bro.
Just like they took Gossman out.
2 years in a row, your season ends in Game 5 of the ALDS, and don't think we don't notice. Why? Because you got Detroit in the name. You know what? I won't get ahead of it. I got to find the Detroit number.
They gave A.J. Hinch a contract extension, all as well with all of that.
Bro, you call the guy Kerry Bonds. He had 2 homers all postseason. Why the hell are we calling him Barry Bonds? It's ridiculous, bro. And you got the rest of the team had like 3 hits in 15 innings. We don't hear about it because it's Detroit. I don't know, bro. I mean, that's a joke in and of itself. But I'll say this in terms of this city. So those are the 2 cities: Minnesota, Detroit, and then it's this city. This city. You know what it boils down to, bro? We're 9 cheeks of the same ass. It doesn't matter if you're on hardwood, ice, turf. It's just all garbage, bro.
Just pain.
We had a month, a summer full of talk. For these 2 baseball teams wound up winning 3 postseason games total. 4. No, 3. Yeah, 3. You got a Jets team basically sounds like they hired Maya Angelou as their head coach. It's just Maya Angelou with a headset. All these phrases and metaphors he's coming up to it. He doesn't do jack, what on the field. The Giants, I mean, they're a little bit of a feel-good story, but bro, I mean, we saw this with the Chargers, the whole dart and scatterboo.
Bro, they lost to the Saints. They lost to Dallas Cowboys.
To the Saints the next week, bro. At some point, you got to separate the fans that have been through it and the ones who haven't. And it's fine if you're the ones who haven't, but if you're a fan that's been through it, you got to know that the other shoe's going to drop at some point, bro. It does every single time, and yet people look. I don't want to poo-poo on the parade, but you think all of a sudden now you got a one-way ticket to the playoffs because you beat Philly, which, by the way, a Philly team that only looked like it was about damn time that team started losing. I can't believe they even got through 4 weeks being undefeated. And all of a sudden now they think they're world beaters, bro. I mean, my hockey team, forget it. The Knicks, I mean, you talk about, fans that have been through it.
The Knicks is going to be fun. The Knicks season is going to be a blast.
I'm telling you, bro, the people that are out there saying it's us in Cleveland 1A, 1B, you don't know what you're getting out of Philly, out of Toronto, bro. 2 years in a row, I heard how we were going to just run through Indianapolis both times. And then it was injuries. It was a full moon outside. It's everything except for the fact that the team just blows when it matters. And that's what 8 other teams in this city do. And that's what it all boils down to, bro. And it's just pain and misery no matter what team you root for, bro. We talk about the Knicks are going to be the team to do it. The Yankees are going to be the team to do it. And year after year, it just doesn't happen, bro. And
No,
you guys
we're just going to wait and just go through the pain, and we'll be old men one day. Thanks for the call, Ross. 888-808-1019. Yeah, 5,000 days. And just think about 5,000 days of WFAN. They don't turn this thing off. Think about how many hosts have come in and hosted shows. Think about how many different hosts and shows there's been in 5,000 days. And we haven't been able to do one show that starts with, "We are the champions, my friends." It's just not going to happen. It'll happen one day. 5,000 days is a long time, man. We haven't been able to just plan a parade. It's crazy. Like, there's something in the universe. I feel like that with the Jets, too. This is some type of universal pull. They're pulling the Jet fan and the Jet franchise even further down. You thought it was bad with Rodgers. Now we're pulling you to the Earth's core before we let you even come back up. Some with New York, man. I just think because, like, New York is crazy. I think a lot of times we take it for granted. I know I do. And then, like, I'll go home for the weekend, and like a little thing will happen to me, or somebody will recognize me, or I'll see a friend from home, and I'll just see how, and I'm like, I don't even think about like how hard it is to make it in New York, how hard it is to survive in New York, live in New York, how crazy of a city this is in the world, in the universe, in time. Maybe it's just too much because they know, you know, the baseball gods, the sports gods, God himself, whatever, they know. We get a parade here. Can you imagine the Knicks win this whole thing? And what that parade would look like? Because as I just said to Ross, like, we have all of these teams. We have the most sports teams. We have 3 hockey teams, 2 football teams, 2 baseball teams, 2 basketball teams. But come on, you know, I'm a Net fan. You don't have to tell me. Like, I just was in the chat, Pedro in the chat. Hey, Keith, you going to the Nets game? I'm like, I'll eventually get over there. I'm not running over there. Probably not going to the opener. But the Knicks, like, why I say this Knicks season is going to be fun, already just looking at how Mike Brown is talking, and obviously the roster construction, and them getting rid of Tom Thibodeau, and them getting to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, and this city being starved, where even Jackson Dart was talking about, yeah, you know, this city needs a winner, and like this city wants to win. And like Jackson Dart is like, hey, you know, he's talking as if like, I don't know, bro. Let's see what happens when you go to Mile High against Sean Payton and the Broncos defense. It's gonna be a different look. But I like the kid. He's swaggy. Him, Cam Scatterboo. Like, I'm rooting for them. Like, I want to see them do well. But the NFL is week to week, and yeah, you could knock off the Eagles on a short week, but you got to show up and do it again. And luckily, they've got extra time. But yeah. We are starved for a parade, for a champion in the major sports. It just seems like now it's just so far gone. When's it ever going to happen again? Seems like we get further and further from actually have, like, I thought the Rangers were going to win at some point, as Ross mentions them. You know, when I came into the fan 2021 into 2022, and that question always pops up, who's the next New York sports team to win a championship? I kept saying the Rangers. It just made the most sense. Football, no shot. And even being a Yankee fan, I know I'm not dumb. I wouldn't put the Yankees there. Even though the Yankees got to a World Series last year, the Rangers I just thought had the best shot. But now look at the Rangers starting all over. And the Yankees, the window is getting close to closing with Stanton and Cole and Judge. And I honestly think they've got 2 more years of Boone, and that's it. And then they got to get a new manager. And we might lock out. And I don't know. It's just not great. But, yeah, so the Knicks played a preseason game tonight. And, you know, as I laugh about, you know, Mike Brown and the Knicks season going to be great, here is audio from Mike Brown post-game after the Knicks lose in the preseason to the Wizards 120-103. Again, it's preseason, it's exhibition. I didn't watch this at all, but I caught this on Twitter, and I'm like, oh, this year is going to be fun with this new head coach that we're all familiar with if you watch the NBA. If you got it, play it, Fleegs.
You know, our starters did not bring the energy. You know, this is probably a worse basketball game overall, and we did it in spurts. We weren't very good to start the game. We weren't very good to start the third quarter. I thought that the guys coming off the bench, they did a great job. Tyler gave us great minutes. I thought Garrison, Trey, even Kevin, Alex, Mo. I mean, I can go down. Tosan was really good for us out on the floor, and they didn't really do anything tricky. They were just in the right spot defensively. They tried to play the way that we've been playing throughout the preseason, every day in practice, and it showed at times to be very good basketball. Offensively, again, we didn't do anything different when that second group came in. The guys just spaced the floor. They tried to play with pace. It wasn't there all the time, but they tried to do it. They tried to touch the paint, space the floor the right way, and get off it at the right times. A couple of times we over-dribbled here and there, but we have to do better collectively we needed to do better collectively as a unit when it came to doing the little things, starting with boxing out. We weren't great at it.
All right, you can cut it. I felt like it was very detailed. We started to get a feel for how he's going to talk basketball, and I just feel like it's a stark contrast from how Tom Thibodeau did things. I don't think you're getting that much from Tom in the preseason. Again, it's exhibition, and it's preseason for everybody. But, I don't think it's I don't think it's worth doing all that. But I guess he's practicing for his post games and what that's going to sound like during the season. And the video on Knicks Twitter or Knicks videos at SNY_Knicks says our starters did not bring the energy. This is probably a worse basketball game overall, and we did it in spurts. Mike Brown gives an opening statement after the Knicks preseason loss to Washington and called it a great learning experience. And, people are responding to it. Well, you think we have championship aspirations? Yes. Yes. It is win the finals. Let's say get to the finals. It's get to the finals. It's win the East, or this is a failure. And I think with that heavy of a weight and expectation on a first-year head coach and on a group of guys, and you need everything to go right. And we're talking about a preseason game tonight. Brunson didn't play in the game. Cat didn't play in the game. Josh Hart didn't play in the game. I don't think Mikal Bridges played in the game. They started Diate, Brogdon, Clarkson, McBride, and Yabusele. So anyway, just had to sneak in a little Knicks conversation as we're getting closer to that. And now, this is the most anticipated Knicks season of your life. With the Yankees failing and the Mets all-time failing, baseball is packed up around here. No more baseball nights in New York unless you're hate watching. Hockey, what are the Rangers going to be? What are the Islanders going to be? Hopefully the Devils turn into a fully loaded wagon. But you guys will try to play funny like the Devils don't count. Like the Brooklyn Nets don't count to some of y'all. I don't know what the Nets are going to be. I do think they're going to win more than 15 games. But ultimately, as it gets colder outside, the focus shifts to Madison Square Garden and the New York Knicks picking up where they left off last year in an East that everybody tells you is wide open for them. Things do not go as planned. And as we're talking about 5,000 days of this city being in sports pain and not being able to crown a champion, now all of that weight is put on the one basketball team that's been here for 100 years that everybody loves, and this has got to be the year. And they got rid of the I know it's going to be exciting. I know it's going to be fun. OG in Brooklyn on the Fan. Thanks for holding. I got you in there.
My guy, first of all, thanks for the little conversation on Instagram yesterday. I got an 84 on my video from my teacher. I was happy.
Good.
But great compliments.
Keep working.
Yes, sir. So I got a couple things I want to talk about. First of all, when are these owners going to realize this is not 1988 again? We can develop a system. We don't have to make it to the playoffs every year. There's still going to be ticket sales, merchandise sales. But you know what the problem is? Owners listen to the fan. Owners read the Daily News, the New York Post, and they jump the gun. They trade everything we have to get a rent-a-cop. And that's the biggest problem with New York sports teams. the Yankees, the Mets, everybody. That's the biggest problem. There's no patience. And that's why we can't go out there and win.
It's a tough spot. Like I remember, Lindor and even CeCe speaking on it, specifically with Volpe this year, about how like you can't develop a player in the spotlight of New York where you're expected to be damn near perfect and win. And then also you're expected to go for it at the trade deadline every year. Cashman had to make those moves in trades to bring in starters, bench players, relievers, and it wasn't enough.
Nope, because we don't develop anymore. I remember going to the games in '88. First of all, I'm going to go to my grave and say I'm the one who started the singing of New York after every game. I was 10 years old, and I used to sit there at Yankee win and sing New York, and the rest of the crowd would sing with me. Now,
hey, you got it, bro. I wasn't there. I wasn't around. But no, you're 100% right as far as there is no patience because we don't have patience. We've been waiting 5,000 days.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. I'm a diehard Yankee fan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. Yeah, sorry to hear that. I know. I can't stand anything that we have going on.
Tua throws 3 picks and then throws the whole team under the bus.
Right. Don't forget about it. Forget it. How about you? How about my boy Tyreek down there? Forget it.
Why do you think Tyreek was happy as they were wheeling him off the field? He was like, I don't have anything to do with this. I'm done.
All right. Get me out of here. Let me collect my money and watch you on the big screen at home. And with the Jets, I mean, listen, Aaron Glenn, who are you? Like, who are you? What did you win?
Nothing.
For you to be sitting here marching up and down the sideline like you won a couple
Last game with the Lions was an embarrassment. As we talk about Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, what happened to that Lions defense that he was in charge of?
Could you imagine if that was George Steinbrenner back in the days with Billy Martin and he would have did that? He would have got fired on the field.
And you know what? Thanks for the call, OG. We need a little bit more of that. I don't know how we get to like, okay, you coddle the players and the coaches and participation trophy, and we love you guys. But then at the same time, you need some hard, tough love and like somebody to play. It's professional sports. There's a lot of money at stake. There's a lot of also like pride and egos and just feelings involved. How do we get to a happy medium? I don't know. I don't know who has struck the balance. Like, for example, with what is his name? Brian Branch from the Lions last night after he went after Juju. Like, I liked what I heard from Dan Campbell. He said, we love Brian Branch. I love him, but like, this isn't going to be tolerated. This isn't who we are. Like, the two things can exist. We drafted this kid, and he should have been a first-round draft pick. They went and got him second day quickly. We love him, but like, he's got to sit down for a minute. And he's got to learn from this. And this is what our organization like is not standing for. We want you to bite off kneecaps, but once the game is over, we can't have you taking cheap shots at guys and then starting a brawl. And we don't care what happened during the game that was missed. You don't take matters into your own hands. Like, I thought that was a good example of like, yeah, we love you and we're going to wrap our arm around you, but also you need to be disciplined as well and you need to learn. When will they learn? John is in Maspeth with us on the Fan. What's up, John?
Keith, what's up, man? Now, listen, I saw your fantasy one this week over Al Cintron. You freaking dog walked him by like 70 points.
Oh, T.O. Al? Oh, T.O. Al? Yeah. I'm not gonna rub it in because I think his team is hurt. I think he's missing a few players. Like I saw his team. I'm like, he's starting J.K. Dobbins, Jalen Warren, Sterling Shepard, Michael Carter. He had Michael Carter in his lineup and then took him out. I think his team has got to be banged up. No, his team just sucks. I don't know. I'm looking at his roster now. He doesn't have anybody on his squad.
Yeah, I'm looking at his team, yeah. Sterling Shepard starting and Wandale Robinson pretty good in Dobbins. But yeah, anyway, so
Ross and Bergen County. One of my losses as we're on that in that league, one of my losses is to Ross and Bergen County by like 0.6 of a point. So I should be 4-1 right now. I should be 5-1 right now.
Should, yeah.
I'm going to win the league regardless. I'm calling that now. And I don't even be on the waiver wire like that. I always see you guys are all over the waiver wire. I'm like, I think I made one waiver. I got Waller in the waiver wire. That's it. Anyway, no one cares about our fantasy league.
No one doesn't care. Exactly. No one cares about it. Anyways, I will say Javonte Williams in the 9th round was a pretty good pickup for me.
Great. That's kind of like I got Rico Dowdle last year, the Cowboys running back.
Yeah. Anyways, the Jets. I'm not a Jets fan, but that dude's got to sell the team, man. I never ever seen the dysfunctional team ran like that.
Because Brick Johnson's going to be all bricked up in there in 10 years. He's going to be the new Wood.
5,000 days. 5,000 days have had a championship, but it's been over 20,000 for the Mets and Jets. So
40 years. Could be a lot worse 40 years, and I think the Jets are at 55. Some more.
Nah, they are both in 1969. I just checked it out before I called you. So that was one hell of a year for someone like Evan and Joe B. But Evan wasn't born then.
Evan wasn't alive. But no, Evan wasn't alive.
But Joe B. was probably a little teenager or whatever.
Yeah.
But our Yankees, man. Listen, man. I hate to talk baseball right now, and the baseball playoffs are going on, and the Yankees aren't involved. But we got 3 years left of Garrett Cole, 3 years left of Aaron Judge's prime. I don't care anything about these goddamn prospects. Trade them all the way. Over the years, look at the prospects that have been all talked about the last few years: Volpe, Dominguez, Spencer Jones. They all turned out to be
Everson
duds.
Pereira,
and look at the prospects that turned out to be good: Will Warren, Cam Schlittler, Ben Rice. They're the ones that weren't really hyped up.
Right.
Trade Lombard, trade Dominguez, trade Jones, trade everybody in that damn Yankees top 30 prospect
for
list.
whom? What do we need?
Listen, go out there and just keep making offers. Try to get a player like Steven Kwan or Zach Neto, or even call Padres up. Try to get Tatis Jr. off of them. Call up the Guardians. Try to get Jose Ramirez. Listen, just start trying to stack these chips with people that can move the damn needle, people who can hit the ball well, who can field well, who can run the bases well. Just get Volpe the hell out of here. Even Ben Rice. Listen, I like Ben Rice's hitting, but he can't play defense at first. You can make him DH, but we got Stanton there. It's just a mess. This team's got to figure it out. But in my opinion, man, anybody that's a damn prospect is free to be moved. I don't care.
Yeah, they're on the table. They got to push for this last 2-3 years of this window.
These next 2 to 3 years.
Thanks for the call, John. Yeah, 888-808-1019. I'm running out of time. We got to take a break. But I echo that with the Yankees. You have to push your chips all the way in. Judge did it in the postseason. And you know what's funny? All season, I was saying that he would. Right? If you recall me saying, hey, he failed in the World Series. They mocked him. They memed him. They gifted him. They reply to me with the gif of Judge dropping the pop-up. He had a kid. He's a dad now. He failed at the highest level. There is no Universe Series. He failed in the World Series, so maybe he gets to the postseason now and he's himself. He was. The numbers show you that he was better than what he does in the regular season. And when the team needed him most, facing elimination, 3-run home runs win ball games. He hit that 3-run home run on a pitch that nobody's supposed to be able to hit out. So now you've seen that from Judge. You should feel confident that if you get back into the dance the following year, the year after, Judge has jumped over that hurdle. He's got that monkey off his back. So put some other proven postseason players around him. Put some other dogs around him. Put some other contact hitters around him. I don't know. Just a thought. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up if you'd like to talk sports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Who will stay? Who will go? Big questions loom for the Yankees and Mets this offseason. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
I can still remember my very first paycheck. It felt great, but waiting for it, brutal. With Cash App Direct Deposit, you can actually get paid up to 2 days earlier than some banks. That means your money is in your hands faster when you actually need it. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10, send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and get $10 instantly. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Still here, but I'm about to get out of the way, so call me up if you want to talk to me. 888-808-1019. These shows are always quick, and then we'll reload for the 5-hour KM to AM at 7 p.m. And then with the Yankees ending and the Brooklyn Nets not starting, I have a run coming up of these 5-hour shows. And it's a run. I say it's a sprint, not a marathon. I'll probably book some guests, and then I'll have more time to really build out each hour and really hit you with takes. Like tonight, I kind of put everything out there for you to come up and grab. It's not enough time to just be like, we're only going to talk about the Jets offense and where they lack. But speaking of the Jets, here comes a stretch of games where they could win. It sucks that Garrett Wilson is hurt because, like, in your building against the Carolina Panthers, you could beat them. But they're rolling now. They're coming off of beating Dallas, and they probably feel really good about themselves. Tedderoa McMillan, another guy I thought that the Jets should be looking at. Tedderoa McMillan, he's balling now. Bryce Young looks a lot better than he looked at the beginning of last year. Dave Canales as a head coach is starting to come around. But, like, I don't know. If they've got any fight, if they've got any heart, they will figure it out this week. And the things that they're telling us about practice and we believe we're a better team than this and we're putting in that stuff will come to fruition. And you know what? I'm looking at you, Justin Fields, for people like me that believed in you and tried to give you another shot. People like me that told people, stop saying he can't throw. He can make every throw. He can't make every throw because he can't see where to throw the ball. He doesn't know where to throw the ball. Bounce back. And hopefully Tanner and Strand and all of these guys on offense, they have a different game plan and approach. Because that wasn't it against, and let's not leave that part out of it. The Broncos have a really good defense. Let's not disregard who they were going up against. He's not going to have that tough of a challenge in front of him the next 3 weeks facing the Panthers, the Bengals, and the Browns. Jose's out in Brooklyn with us next on The Fan. What's up, Jose?
Good evening, Keith. Thank you for taking my call. And as a Jet fan, it's just been a very brutal watch. And I understand that I get a lot of flack for trying to solve things rather than be in the hilarity of it all and just say fire everyone every single year, because eventually that does get tired.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm at, where I'm just like, hey, look, if you're going to tell me that I was overreacting in a Super Bowl or bust year where, we invested so much and everything else and it just turned out to be a complete mess, but somehow in a year of no expectations, this is much worse as a Jet fan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like there's just some type of disconnect, and I understand that I'm not in line with everybody else who calls in. But to me, I'm just like, hey, this is just week 6. It's been a horrible start, but I'm just not ready to throw out every single thing every single year and start off.
The season's over. You're not making the playoffs. There's
Exactly.
no point in talking about who you're drafting because so much is going to change, right? Oh, they were supposed to get Archie Manning. This is the number one. That's not the case. I feel like we have to just take a second and hit pause and realize, okay, this was always a rebuild. What we thought doesn't matter anymore. What we thought about Aaron Glenn, what we thought about Justin Fields, what we thought about this roster. They have injuries to this roster. Now they're without three of their arguably best players in Quincy Williams, Braylon Allen, and Garrett Wilson. They're going to get tested again. Nobody feels sorry for you. It's the NFL. Let's see how they respond to this. There are winnable games coming up. Can they get 1 win, 2 wins out of these 3? Can they adjust their offense and work to the skill set of their quarterback now? Now, the quarterback, there's no plays drawn up for Garrett Wilson. Now, just throw the ball to who's open and scheme some guys open. And, they should be so embarrassed off of the performance in London that they go to work this week and say, we're going to put a better product out there. We're all going to be better. We're going to succeed. We're going to find a way. And we're going to have some urgency. Go back into the bag of tricks. Kick the ball when you have a chance to kick the ball. Go for the points. It's the NFL. I don't understand how you are on the field like, oh, we're good here. Oh, yeah, we'll just take this into halftime. What? I look at Justin Fields. It's like Justin Fields is a guy who this year, and I'm not making fun of this because I'm like this too. I actually need to do it more. This year, he talked about how he leaned into his faith and his Bible, and I think it gave him a sense of not worrying so much, and also understanding that he's just playing the game. I hope he has that same mindset after one of the worst games of his career, and I hope through prayer and through Bible study and belief, he comes out there and he shows people I have a lot of talent. That was a tough game, but I'm going to bounce back. Because now, with Breece Hall already packing his bags, campaigning to be traded, he's still going to go out there and play tough because he wants to get traded. He wants his value to be high. But it is literally on Justin Fields to win you a game on offense. The defense has stepped up. The defense came along. Sauce Gardner said they had to talk about having some pride and taking it personal. I need Justin Fields to have some pride or take it personal, because if not, if Justin Fields doesn't have pride and take it personal, Troy Taylor's going to be in there before you know it. You guys know who Troy is? Troy Taylor's going to be getting reps. If you know, you know. Mike is in Queens, New York on the Fan next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up? Any player the Giants are going to get in the future, you look at, for example, you can get the best pass rusher in the NFL. You can always scheme around that, which is, getting the ball out quick, throwing screens, things of that nature. And if you have the greatest running back, you stack the box, you can neutralize it. In my opinion, the NFL, the most important position is the wide receiver position, because unless you double team a guy, there's always an area where a quarterback can fit a ball. So you can have the greatest coverage and you can still complete plays. So when you have a Malik Neighbors with his talent, his ability, he's obviously going to get double teamed. If you can get another guy at his level, you are automatically a Super Bowl contender. When the Bengals made the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, they had the worst O-line in NFL history. Their defense was middle-of-the-pack average, and yet they still made the Super Bowl because of Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and obviously Burrow. So what I'm saying is, Malik Neighbors is on a rookie contract right now. There's a guy who has more talent and more upside that might be available from the Colts. His name is Adonai Mitchell. You can somehow get that guy with Malik Neighbors. Assuming Jackson Dart is the guy, this team not only can become a contender really quickly, they can be a Super Bowl contender. With the defense that they have right now, at worst, it's an average defense with a lot of upside. So I just think the Giants got to do whatever they can right now to get another top receiver, because we see amongst the NFL, the teams that make the Super Bowls are the teams with the George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith. Having 2 1A guys completely changes your entire team.
Thanks for the call, Mike. I disagree with a lot of that. Try and go backwards. Like the Steelers didn't win anything with those receivers that aren't even receivers. Kittle's a tight end. Deebo Samuel, not bad for a running back. I guess he's a receiver. Ayuk, forget about Ayuk in the Super Bowl. But no, I hear you. I understand. What it is about these great receivers is they're game breakers. They're covered, but they're not covered. They can make ridiculous one-handed catches. Look at Jamar Chase with Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco threw the ball right at him. He's double covered. He catches it with one hand on his body. It's a touchdown. They can help you go off script. They can get separation. They can beat coverages. It is a huge plus to have a top receiver. Are the Giants going to be in a position in 2 weeks where it's worth trading for Adonai Mitchell out of Texas, who's with the Colts, and now that Alec Pierce is back and Josh Downs is there and Michael Pittman Jr. is there, they really don't have room for him. Is it going to be worth giving up something? Like, are the Giants, who, like, I think it's really going to haunt the Giants. I think they're going to compete, but I think it's really going to haunt the Giants, and it's not worth really talking about or thinking about. It's going to haunt the Giants that they lost to the Saints, that they lost to the Cowboys, and even the Commanders. And that, like, maybe if they would have just started week 1 with Jackson Dart, he would have lucked into beating the Commanders, would have been ready to beat the Cowboys who they should have beat. By the time you did face the Saints, he would have already got through, like, I don't know, the growing pains of learning how to protect the ball. Like, the Giants' schedule is still tough. It's the toughest strength of schedule. It just got tougher because look at the teams that they're going to face that we thought maybe could be wins. Are like, okay, so the Broncos, they got to go to Mile High and face. I'm taking the Broncos in that game. In their building, coming off of barely beating the Jets. Sean Payton versus his former team. I'm taking the Broncos. It might be a close game, whatever. Taking the Broncos. The Eagles. You think the Eagles in their building aren't going to be fired up to get some get back against the Giants after they got embarrassed on Thursday Night Football? Of course. The 49ers. Will Brock Purdy be back by that time? I think Brock Purdy's back, whether he's back or not. 49ers are well coached. They've got some talent. It's not a guaranteed win. The Bears, you got to go to Soldier Field and face them. They just ripped off 3 in a row. By the time they face the Giants, they could have a couple more wins. The Packers are supposed to be already Super Bowl champs. We've seen them struggle, but like the Lions, the Patriots, come on. Like, these are 2 first-place teams. Like, I just, nothing is locked as far as like you said the Giants are a Super Bowl contender. We got to stop. Everybody's a Super Bowl contender then. If the Giants are a Super Bowl contender, so are the Carolina Panthers. So are the Dallas Cowboys. So are the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like we could just take any other run-of-the-mill. Did the Minnesota Vikings? Oh, the Falcons just beat the Bills, so the Falcons are Super Bowl contenders too. We're 6 games in. And some teams are starting to hit their bye, whatever. Will the Giants be in a spot by week 8 in 2 weeks from now before the trade deadline to say, okay, yeah, we need another receiver? Here's what I'll tell you about Jackson Dart. He doesn't care who it is. He doesn't care who he's throwing to. He was on the 3rd string with Lil Jordan Humphrey making plays in the preseason. He's going to throw it to who's open. Wan'Dale Robinson is fine. The tight ends are fine. Jalen Hyatt, step up. If there's a play to be made, he's going to make a play. I don't know if they're going to actually strike a trade to bring a receiver in here, and I don't think it's worth it. I think, it sucks that Malik Neighbors has gone down because that's the thing. Like, with this emergence of Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo, you would have a new triplets. You'd have a trio on offense where you would feel really good about those 3 working together, getting reps together, fighting together, finding ways to win. But I don't know. I'm not saying the Giants are a Super Bowl contender. 2 good wins. You shocked the world twice. You beat a undefeated Harbaugh-led Chargers team in your building. You beat a defending champion team that was reeling and coming off a loss to the Broncos in your building. Now you got to go on the road. You lost to the Saints in the Superdome. Now you got to go to Mile High. Then you got to go to Philly. Like, it could be back-to-back losses, and then what are we talking about? If they lose back-to-back games here, you'll be talking about they really needed that game against the Cowboys. They really needed that game against the Saints. Okay, this year they're not going to make the playoffs. This is just about the growth and development of Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo. And the way those 2 play, fingers crossed for their health and safety and that they're not knocked out of the game. They're wild boys. And you love that, but at the same time, the NFL don't love that. Defensive players, they're watching film and they're like, oh, I'm going to make my presence felt against them. Oh, when they step on the field with me, I'm going to show them. 888-808-1019. If you're calling at this time, you're going to be talking to C-Mac. Let's get Carlos and Clifton in here before I go. What's up, Los?
Hey, let's keep going on with the craziness tonight. So how my Giants are going to make the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, the Jets are not going to have a win, and they're going to trade Garrett Wilson to us. All right? Let's keep it going.
Yeah. Shador Sanders, for all we know, Shador Sanders is going to get traded to the Jets, and he'll be quarterbacking the Jets the rest of the way.
Oh, my God. Listen, the Stephen Kwan for a couple of our prospects, like, what are we doing? And listen, my prospects going anywhere, you better talk about Paul Skeens. That's who we're talking about. If you're going to move prospects, you're talking about something big. Now, I wanted to ask you something. We're going into next year. I mean, and I love what Belly did for us, but dude, I need Kyle Tucker. Get me Kyle Tucker, and we'll talk about everything else after. We got to get Kyle Tucker. I think he's a better hitter. I know he's not a better defender, but a way better hitter than Belly is. He's not a high strikeout guy, and he was our number one prize before all the Soto. Everybody, we were trying to get him forever. I think we have to get that guy. Maybe let Dominguez try center field, but you can't. You know, they've been throwing this guy around all over, not letting him play. Ben Rice. What are we talking about getting rid of Ben Rice? The kid just hit 26 home runs.
He's not
they
going
were bouncing him around. Yeah, they're bouncing him around like a yo-yo. Get him.
Thanks for the call, Los. I'm running out of time. The Yankees absolutely should be in on Kyle Tucker. Have the conversations. Offer him. See what else is out there. I think he's from Tampa. That's a spring training home of the Yankees, yeah. Ben Rice, he's got to work on fielding at first base, scooping the ball. If he's going to be your starting first baseman, or maybe you go get somebody. I don't know. I would like to see Cody Bellinger return. I think he's going to have a couple suitors. Scott Boras is going to be working hard on that, but I'm not there yet. When the winter meetings come, like, we've got plenty of time to do that. I'd rather talk football and get ready for basketball, and obviously hockey has started. I'm about to get ready to leave. Actually, I'm already ready. Chris McMonigle coming your way next.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
The Eagles, the defending champions, are the best team in the NFC. The Giants beat them. And so there is two victories at home against two of the best teams in all of the NFL. That's encouraging.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwiththedevils.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Jake Moody drilled a 38-yard field goal as time expired, gave the Bears a 25-24 victory in the rain in Washington. Chicago, their third straight win. Commanders now 3-3. DeAndre Swift, 175 total yards and a touchdown. Falcons got a $170 on the ground, including an 81-yard touchdown scamper from Bijan Robinson. They finished off the Bills 24-14. Hyperextended knee for Garrett Wilson, so he avoids a more serious injury. However, he's still expected to miss a couple weeks. Meanwhile, after a day of reflection, Aaron Glenn offered this for his confusing play selection and usage of the clock before halftime.
I wish I could have took the clock down to 5 seconds and just threw a Hail Mary, to be honest with you. But at that point, I want no confusion. Let's just get out the half, guys. We're getting the ball back the second half, and let's get ready to go.
Dodgers withstood the Brewers 2-1. Blake Trinan getting Bryce Terang swinging with the bases loaded to end it. This after Blake Snell allows just one hit over 8 with 10 Ks. LA grabs game 1. Mariners disposed of the Blue Jays 10-3. Jorge Polanco with a go 3-run shot. Josh Naylor, Julio Rodriguez each went deep as well. Mariners go home with a 2-0 series advantage. Pair of goals for Dawson Mercer. Devils held off the Blue Jackets 3-2, and the Jets pound the Islanders 5-2. 55 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
on the Fan. McMonigle here with you on this now Tuesday morning. We got Fleegs on the other side taking your calls at 888-808-1019. We got a lot to get to today. Things breaking right for the New York Giants. Little playoff baseball. The fallacies of the issues with the New York Yankees. You know that's my favorite subject. But we got to start again. We just heard from Aaron Glenn. And I was talking with Fleegs. And, you know, this Jet issue with the coach, right? And I'm listening all day, and everyone's killing him, right? Outside of maybe Sal, who thinks we're putting too much emphasis on the coach. I can't get over. I'm still having trouble coming to terms with what happened on Sunday out in London. And I was listening to Joe Beningo today, too. And he said something and echoed something that I said last night, and I've been thinking about all day today as the story came out, news broke, that Brian Callahan has been fired in Tennessee. He's an awful head coach. I think he did a terrible job there. And right now, Cam Ward, the number one overall pick, is in flux. And if you've looked at the last handful of number one picks, almost like all of the quarterbacks who've been drafted number one, the last four of them, have all now, that you add Cam Ward to it, have lost their coach. Someone's been fired mid-season after year one. There has not been stability for a top quarterback taken in the NFL draft now, the last four quarterbacks to do it. And Brian Callahan just, made that the fourth of four. And I'm looking at this coach today. And forget tanking for a second, because you know where I stand on tanking and what the Jets should do and what teams should do when they get to the dead part of their year. Forget that for a second, because that feels like it's going to happen anyway. It feels like they're going to lose these games anyway. But what's going to happen, and I talked about this a lot last night, and it's been on my mind, like, what else? What's the most important thing right now for the New York Jets? As we stare at the quarterback situation in Justin Fields, as we hear the coach tell us again today, there was some, I made mistakes. You just heard, I wish I would have, waited for 2 seconds left and then run a Hail Mary. Great. Great. That is your big, I wish I could go back and replay that final play instead of actually being aggressive that entire drive. I just wish I threw a Hail Mary. I mean, he should have. But that's what he comes away with. He also comes away with telling us that Justin Fields has played well this year, that he's done a lot of good things, and that it was just one bad game. This is the guy who brought Justin Fields here. This is the group, and I know I made a lot of it yesterday, that jettisoned Aaron Rodgers, the Hall of Famer, who is now going to cakewalk to a division title in the AFC North. And I know it's because of injuries and whatever else. It's been traditionally a very difficult division. He's going to cakewalk to it with Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. You had to get rid of him. You just had to bring in Justin Fields. That was the guy they were targeting the whole time. There was no talk of anybody else. We might have had that talk. I spun the wheel every day. But ultimately, we know this guy went right to Justin Fields. He went right to Justin Fields. He's telling us he's played well this year, despite the fact that he can't throw the football. He can't throw it accurately. He can't throw it on time. They're not scheming a game around him. This is a coach that brought him in, an offensive coach that brought him in, and they can't even scheme the game around his talents. And at the end of this season, the Jets are going to be one of, if not the worst team in the NFL, and have less losses than almost any other team. And you know what that means. They are going to be at the top of the draft next year. Forget whether or not he should have run the Hail Mary at the end of the first half. Forget whether or not he handled that coaching situation as badly as he did at the end of the first half. Forget whether they should have run the football, the final play sets of the final drive of the game. Forget whether they faked the punt just to run the clock out. Forget all of the nonsense of all of the garbage that we have seen this entire year. Forget the culture building. Forget the accountability. Forget whether or not they've stopped with the turnovers. They haven't created turnovers. The penalties are still there. Forget everything that has failed this coach. Forget everything that has continued from year to year to year, the same old Jets. Forget everything he's been unable to stop. Forget all of it, because that doesn't even matter anymore. Yes, he's been inept. Yes, that's part of the story and why you wonder if he should be the coach. But you are looking, and this is why I had a problem with bringing him in the first place. Because this coach, who again today covered up his mistakes outside of maybe a Hail Mary, again today is trying to justify the play of the quarterback, again today is talking the same he's spoken since he got here, and it's been a colossal failure in every way. But the point is, do you want the New York Jets to fall into the same category as the Tennessee Titans, as the Jacksonville Jaguars, as the Chicago Bears, who draft and make a decision on the most important, polarizing, difficult decision that an NFL organization has, and that is drafting your next future quarterback? It is the hardest position to scout. It's the hardest one to get right. It is... You can find him in the 7th round. You can find him in the 2nd round. You have to know who your quarterback is, and you're going to draft him at the top of this draft, of a quarterback-heavy draft, or at least that's what we were told. We'll see how it comes come April, after a full college season. Are the New York Jets in a position where they can allow a defensive-minded head coach whose first order of business was to jettison a Hall of Fame quarterback in favor of a quarterback who can't play the position? Is that where we want this New York Jet team to be come April? With this man, this team, who can't coach the quarterback, who can't scheme around for a quarterback's strengths, who wanted this quarterback who has limited strengths? Is this the group that we want making that decision? I talked about it last night. It is everything. Look at the Giants right now. Because we could call Brian Daboll inept, and he was for the last 2 years. And we could say the same things that we said and are saying about this coach now. He doesn't know what he's doing. The offense looks terrible. He's supposed to be an offensive guru. This offense looks terrible. The quarterback play is awful. The defense is terrible. They give up. There's no fight in them. All this, they have too many penalties. All the same things that bad teams do, all the same things that bad coaches do, were there for Brian Daboll over the last 2 years as they are right now for Aaron Glenn. The difference is he's an offensive-minded head coach, and the second he got his quarterback, and again, it's a couple weeks, but look at the transformation of the entire organization. Tiki was talking about it today, how the quarterback position is supposed to be the position that uplifts you and uplifts the entire... You're supposed to have ultimate faith and confidence in this guy. This is the position that uplifts the whole team. And the minute Brian Daboll got his guy, that's what's happened. That's what's happened so far for Jackson Dart and the New York Giants. And we're going to get to them and how... Believe it or not, at 2-4, with the way the Cowboys have played, with the way now they've got a win against the Eagles, the loss last night to Washington, we are talking about a huge game against the Denver Broncos that could set them up to be real players in the NFC East. That's what we're going to be talking about today. The Giants are a win away. And then looking at a game in Philadelphia where you're talking about, if they win this Denver game, you're talking about a position where the Giants are right there to be a legitimate contender for the NFC East. Something that would have been crazy to start the season, something that would have been beyond crazy after week 1, and something that would have been flat out pure fiction after week 3. And yet here we are. Why? Because an offensive-minded head coach was allowed to make a decision, was allowed to get his quarterback, and that's what changes the franchise. You want to change the Jets? You want to get past this same old, can change the quarterback, can change the team, can change the uniform, can change the coach, can change the facilities, can change Hofstra, it doesn't, right? The famous Benigno line, can change everything, it doesn't matter. That's not true outside of the young franchise quarterback. That's what changes franchises. And now that the season's over, and we're going to have a discussion whether or not tanking is right or what they should do or blah, blah, blah. Now that Garrett Wilson's going to be out for a few weeks with a knee injury, you're not looking at any wins. This season is dead. It's dead. There is one shining moment for this franchise now in the next year. And it's come April at the draft, and it's trying to find your franchise quarterback. And we see teams, we saw it again today in Tennessee, teams that don't have the right structure in place when they make that decision, it will haunt your franchise. It will haunt your franchise. You cannot get this wrong. And what about Aaron Glenn right now? What about Muji? What about this current structure that is leading the New York Jets? What about them tell you that you want them making that decision, that you want him coaching that quarterback, that you want him to be the coach who is in the war room when they make the decision and then is at the helm as they develop a young quarterback? What has he done to make you feel like that wouldn't be an out-and-out disaster? And that's all that matters now. And I don't know if he deserved to be a one and out. I don't know if he's coached poorly enough to deserve to be fired after 1 year. I don't know if he can learn and be better. Like, maybe he could be. Maybe he could be. And maybe this is a rookie coach making rookie coach mistakes. And all of the entire morning I spent yesterday railing about how incredibly incompetent that game was coached and how poorly the end of the first half was handled, and not making the switch to Tyrod Taylor is unfathomable and all that stuff. And that might all be true. And those are all possible. Those are all things that he can learn from. That's an experience he can learn from and get better from. And if this was a normal circumstance, maybe you have the ability to allow him to learn. But we are seeing that coaches will ruin these quarterbacks. And you have got to have the right structure in place. You have got to have it lined up. You have got to have the right people. Are you going to allow a coach who not only is showing you incompetence, but is going to naturally be on the hot seat after one of the worst first-year tenures in Jets history? Because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be, for a franchise, believe it or not, over the last handful of years, prior to, Gase, had coaches that were successful year one. Right? Herm Edwards, successful year one. Mangini, successful year one. Rex Ryan, successful year one. Even Todd Bowles won 10 games year one. This is going to be one of the worst first years as a head coach for the New York Jets in recent history. They are going to lose a ton of games. They are going to be at the top of the draft. It is going to be an out-and-out disaster of a season. The seat under him is going to be on fire. Is that how you want to go into a situation where you are making the most important decision of the next 5 years for this franchise? Has he earned the right to be part of that decision-making when you tell me he wanted Justin Fields over Aaron Rodgers, that he's still defending Justin Fields' play, that he's unable to get a coach who could put a game plan together that best suits Justin Fields' needs and skill set? So that's the first question. Is he the coach that you want making that decision, part of that decision-making? And then the second point is this the coach that you want to foresee the beginnings of this young quarterback's career? And if so, do you want to have him have another failed season and then fire him mid? mid-beginning of this young quarterback's career, and then you bring in a new coach and a new GM who have no connection to this quarterback, no belief in this quarterback, might not like this quarterback, and suddenly you are in the same situation that 4 other teams have found themselves in recent history. You do not want to be the team with a young quarterback that you believe was failed by the head coach, and now you're looking for someone else to step in and go take 2 on what is the most important decision the franchise will make. As we play out the rest of this year, and we're going to get to the Giants and a lot of their optimism right now, but as you play out the rest of the year with this Jet team that is going absolutely nowhere, that is 0-6, that the season is already over before it's done. The only question is going to be how many games do they lose and where do they end up in the draft, and how does that set them up to draft a quarterback? That's it. That's all it's about. Unfortunately, that's it. It's not about building a winning culture. His team is probably freaking ready to give up on him after the decision-making last week that cost them a game on Sunday. Cost them a game. They had negative 10 passing yards. They fell 7 yards short of kicking a field goal to win the game. Think about that. He allowed a quarterback to throw for to have a passing attack that was a net of negative 10 yards. If it was negative 3 yards, they're kicking a game-winning field goal. We talked about it all yesterday morning. He showed no faith in the quarterback and no resolve to bench him. You're talking about a team that just lost its best offensive weapon for a few weeks, a team that has a quarterback who can't play the position, an offense who doesn't know how to scheme it in the slightest for this quarterback who can't play the position. A team that continues to make the same mistakes they've always made on a dead season at 0-6, looking at another miserable year without building any winning culture, any confidence, or anything else, because he's probably lost some of the players on the team, including the star wide receiver who's going to be held up for a couple weeks. There's one thing left in the next calendar year. There's one thing left. Who's drafting the quarterback? Who's developing the quarterback? Do you want to be the Tennessee Titans firing a coach mid-season? Is that what you want to be? Do you want to be the Chicago Bears and hope that the next Ben Johnson is waiting in the wings to take over for you with your quarterback? This is, unfortunately, there are times where it seems ridiculous to fire a coach after one. It seems there are times where it should be based on merit alone, and it should be based on whether or not how he's done the first year or, whatever the case may be. The timing for the New York Jets in the position they're in when he made the decision to bring in this quarterback. He's a defensive-minded head coach. We have seen it fail. First picks, we talk about, you're so, why you hung up on tanking? You get a quarterback, he fails. Yeah, you know why he fails? Because he comes into situations where they don't have the right structure in place. They don't have his next coach. They don't have the guy who's going to develop him. They don't have the right guy to handle him. That's the only question left for whether or not this coach should be back next year. That's it. That is the question. Forget whether or not he's building a winning culture. Forget whether or not he can improve. Forget whether or not he can learn from the mistakes he's making now. Here's the question about it, Aaron Glenn. And next year with the New York Jets, there's one question. Is he the guy to pick the quarterback, or at least be part of the team that picks the quarterback? And is he the coach to help develop him? And the way he's handled the quarterback so far, his instinct on who to bring in to be the quarterback of this team, how it's gone down, the game plan they've given him, the way they're using his skill sets, the way he's handled the quarterback position in general, and not recognizing, he told you again today, he's not recognizing what he's saying because, he played well against Pittsburgh. You can't tell me Justin Fields has played well this year. Yesterday was particularly awful. He had a step back. He had much more than a step back. He was unplayable. And you continued to play him while telling us he's unplayable. That's it. There is one question. Is this the guy for the next future quarterback of the New York Jets? That's what Woody Johnson's going to have to answer, which is a scary thought. But that's it. Everything else is just noise. Everything else is a little bit of spice, a little bit of flavoring, a little bit of, propping it up, looking at it from different angles. There's one angle. In April, they're going to be drafting a quarterback. We have seen team after team after team in that position not be equipped to make that decision. And the quarterbacks suffer for it, the franchises suffer for it, and the coach ultimately finds his way out. Do you want to be Tennessee? Or do you want to make the decision at the end of this year that you're bringing in somebody suited for that? And that's why it's connected to the Giants, because that's what they did with Brian Dable. He was suited for this. He was suited for the structure change. He was suited for the future. He was suited to bring in a young quarterback and develop him. That's his strength. That's why I didn't want him fired. That's why I wanted him to stay here. Not because he's a great in-game coach, not because he's building a winning culture, not because his players play hard for him. Nothing other than they're going to have to draft a quarterback, and this is a guy to do it. This is a guy to bang the table and say, that's my guy. And then this is a guy, when he gets his guy, to coach his guy. That's what you need in this moment. It doesn't mean he's going to be the next great coach of the New York Giants, win 5 Super Bowls. I don't know. But I can tell you the second he was able to get his guy and coach him, look at the difference. Look at the difference. Do you want to wait till year 2 for the New York Jets to say, look at the difference? I don't. 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Talking a little Jets football, a little Aaron Glenn. We'll get to the Giants and what's gone on around the rest of the NFC to put them in a position where, man, this game against the Broncos is as big a regular season game I feel that the Giants have played in a long freaking time. And then it'll be followed up, if they're able to win it, by, without question, the biggest regular season game they have played in forever. This is a huge game against the Broncos team that did nothing against the Jets, that the Giants have an absolute chance to win, and a game that would change so much about how if we haven't already felt the change for the New York Giants. But imagine this win. Imagine getting ready for a big game against Philly after already beating them 2 weeks ago, knowing that this division's up for grabs possibly. We'll get to that as well. We'll get to some of my thoughts on the baseball, because it's funny. It's funny how things work out in the postseason, because I've been told a whole lot of narratives about why the Yankees fail in the postseason and what exactly they do wrong that other teams do right, like the Blue Jays. They do things right, apparently, in the postseason, right? That's why they won that series. Yet, it's all too much striking out. Well, the Mariners struck out 14 times. The Blue Jays struck out 5 times. And the Mariners hit home runs. And that's a problem typically in the postseason. So I'm very confused. And then the Brewers, who certainly do everything right, apparently they can't hit good pitching either. There are some things that just I don't know. Some very funny things happening in the Major League playoffs. 888-808-1019. All of that on the table for the next 2.5 hours. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Back with your calls next, right here on The Fan.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and term provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou.
He's like you.
800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-555-2085.
Write it down.
800-555-2085.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Cattina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 2:30. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Let's get to your calls on the Jets. We'll open it up to the Giants because after watching Washington lose last night on a last-second field goal to the Bears, you got obviously Dallas losing to Carolina, and the Giants beat the Eagles themselves. You're looking at a division with the New York Giants that, honestly, I mean, if they play the way they've been playing, they go out and beat Denver and go to 3-4. You're talking about having a legit season. You're talking about legitimately getting excited about the idea of chasing down the Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Commanders. Now, you've lost to both the Cowboys and the Commanders, but those were both road games. You still welcome them back into your division. You haven't lost. You still welcome back to your building, rather. You haven't lost a home divisional game yet. You beat the Eagles at home. You're 2-4. And let's be honest, who's that good? The Falcons did just put a beating on Buffalo last night. Out west, there are 3 legitimate teams. So, I mean, it's not going to be easy, but if Washington looks like this and the Commanders are, struggle a little bit and stub their toe, and I never thought they'd be that good, you could beat them at home. The Cowboys' defense is just god-awful. They have as many wins as the Giants do. I mean, this division's up for grabs. They turn around and win this game against Denver. 888-808-1019. But we're talking about the Jets, that awful game Sunday. This head coach, and whether or not he's the guy to lead the future of this franchise, because it's not about just wins and losses. It's not about whether or not he can improve. There's a major decision and then a major development process that's going to happen this year. That's the only question. Is he the guy for that choice and the development of that choice? That's the question. 888-808-1019. Jason in Waterbury. What's up, Jason?
Hey, Chris, what's going on, bro?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Not much. Great to talk to you, man. I just got 3 things on the Jets, bro. First of all, listen, this could have all been avoided in 2018 if, when they drafted Sam Darnold, they hired Mike McCarthy, and those guys would still be here right now.
Maybe.
Number 2, I can't stand Brian Costello, and you know what? He's one of the guys that helped run Aaron Rodgers out of town this last offseason, and he's got a lot of – I know it's his job, but he's terrible at it, and all he wants to see is the Jets lose games anyway. He's got a lot of nerve to ask about quarterbacks when the Jets had an all-time quarterback in this place the last 2 years, and he helped run him out of town. That's number 2. And my third thing is, I don't want to hear Garrett Wilson run his mouth and talk about quarterback play or anything else when he's another guy who had Rodgers run out of here last year when 100 catches wasn't good enough for him because he's a big whiner. So I don't want to hear Garrett Wilson either. He's got no room to talk because he helped run Rodgers out of town too. And that's how much of a disgrace the Jets are. That, you know what, I like Glenn, and I love the fact that he's a Parcells guy, but to run an all-time legend, an all-time iconic quarterback who could have helped this franchise and uplifted them, and to run him out of town is a disgrace. And Brian Costello, he's a disgrace, bro. You know what I mean?
I don't agree with you on that one. Helped run him out of town. He had opinions. He wasn't in the room for that 20-second meeting where the coach got rid of him. Aaron Rodgers could have come back. Aaron Rodgers wasn't, persona non grata in New York City. It wasn't that the fan base had suddenly turned completely against him where it would have never worked. There are a bunch of reporters who felt like Aaron Rodgers was a selfish guy who was hurting the team. I don't even remember if Costello was that heavy on that, but maybe he was. But sorry, that question that he asked is more than legitimate. And Brian Costello does a great job, and I promise you Brian Costello is not rooting for the team to lose. I promise you Brian Costello is not rooting for the team to lose. That was a perfectly reasonable, it had to be asked, that question. It had to be asked. And the way the coach handled it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Tony in Fairfield. What's up, Tony?
How are you? Great monologue on the Jets.
Thank you.
So listen, all they got to do is follow the New England Patriots model. Fired a legendary coach 2 years ago who didn't know how to draft. Fired a first-year coach who was horrible. Found their quarterback in the draft. Bought back the offensive coordinator who had been to 5 Super Bowls with Brady. Said the heck with roster building and spent money building up a defense. Got the right head coach and are now on the verge of being the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah. They are right there. The
big thing is it appears they have the right quarterback. I mean, this kid lifts the whole team.
Oh, yeah, no, May has been really, really good. He has played incredibly well. They had a huge win against Buffalo, who turned around and lost to, unbelievable, they lost to the Falcons in the manner in which they lost to him last night, coming off of the Patriot game. But yeah, I mean, they played well in New Orleans. May has played great. There's no doubt about it. He's played really well. He's playing like a top 10 quarterback in the NFL right now. They've built up the defense a little bit. The minute they got Gonzalez back, that defense really kind of changed back into what it was. But But yeah, I mean,
the problem is, the old model of spending 2 or 3 years building a team and then finding a quarterback. The Jets tried that.
I agree.
Their defense,
It doesn't work.
It just doesn't work.
Yeah, and you're right. Listen, they're another one. They had to fire their coach Mayo after year one, and you bring in Vrabel. Now, you can get lucky, right? You can get lucky. Ben Johnson in Chicago, it's early results, but the quarterback has played much better. The team's winning some games. Obviously, Vrabel is was a guaranteed lock of a head coach. He did an incredible job in Tennessee, and you knew him coming in would stabilize things. He's not an offensive mind, obviously, but he hires the right coach. You could develop the young kid. He's playing great. So when I say that, you don't want to be in a position to have to fire the coach, you don't want to be. There have been examples where it's failed over and over again. Daniel Jones was failed by coaching hires and fires. Vrabel, you can get lucky and hire Vrabel. You can get lucky and hire one of the better offensive minds in the sport. It's not a disaster, but they got to be behind the quarterback. They got to be with you. They got to believe in it too. Like Ben Johnson doesn't come to Chicago if he doesn't believe in Caleb Williams. So the pick better be the right one, because the quarterback better show enough promise to warrant a top-notch offensive mind to want to come coach here, or to get that Vrabel or guaranteed head coach, a Harbaugh or whomever, a Mike Tomlin who might become available if this season goes down the tube somehow, or a John Harbaugh who might just feel like his time in Baltimore is over. Like, you want to get those coaches here to come and take on the New York Jets, you better be right on that pick. You better be right on that pick. Well, obviously it would be after next year, because we're talking about a second year of Glennon getting fired. But like, if something like that happens where, Harbaugh next year decides to go, or Tomlin, like if one of those guys become available and be the next Jets head coach, you better make sure that quarterback's showing promise, because why would they come on and take on the New York Jets unless they felt they were in a position to win? So you got to make the pick be the right one, and then help develop them a little bit to just enough where you would show a young offensive mind that it's worth taking his first NFL job to go help that quarterback, or to have a stabilizing force like a Mike Vrabel want to come here and take on everything that comes with the New York Jets. Like, this is a huge decision, huge year. But yeah, you can get lucky. And the idea, I agree with you. The idea, the days of building a team and then finding the quarterback, where? It's not easy. It's not easy. Like, though I'm watching highlights of the Lions right now on ESPN. The Lions got lucky because the Goff, and for whatever reason, one of the better offensive-minded head coaches, arguably right now in the history of the NFL, they didn't mesh. It didn't work, and they were able to ship a number one overall pick to Detroit, and it kind of clicked with them. But for the most part, where are you getting? You want to go pay a lot of money for Kirk Cousins? You want to have a retread of Geno Smith? Like, it's not easy to find these quarterbacks in free agency. It's not easy to build the team and then find your quarterback. It's not. I mean, you could build a team to such a level that you just need some sort of quarterback play to win, right? We're seeing the other Patriots quarterback who just failed, out in San Francisco, taking over for Brock Purdy, playing well, and they're winning games. But it's not easy. You have this. The quarterback is what changes everything. The Giants are a perfect example. The quarterback is what has changed everything. Jackson Dart has completely uplifted every aspect of that team, including the head coach. And I'm just saying, Aaron Glenn, it's 6 weeks, right? And this is my point in the open, because we yelled so much about it yesterday, that I want to just be clear that I thought Sunday was particularly just an awful job of head coaching. I just thought Sunday was just ridiculously bad. Do I think he's that bad a head coach where Sunday is going to be a common theme? No, I don't. I think for whatever reason, the way the quarterback was playing, and it's all linked with the quarterback, he chose that quarterback. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he's showing such loyalty to him. It's a 2-year contract. It's a lottery ticket. Although he chose the quarterback, I don't think if he makes the decision to move on, which was obviously the right one, I don't think anybody's killing him for it. I don't think anyone's going to come back to him and say, hey, some maybe, but he's got to do what's right for the team. But he chose this quarterback. He brought him here. And it's become an out-and-out just disaster. Did you watch him play? He couldn't throw the football. Guys were open. He's holding the ball for 5-6 seconds. He's taking terrible sacks. He's late on every throw. It was the worst display of offense. I'm watching everybody say it. Orlowski on ESPN, that's the worst offensive tape I've ever seen. Like, it's just, like, it was a hideous performance offensively. And do I think he's that kind of coach? Do I think he will consistently blunder the end of first halves or make these things? No, he'll improve. These are kind of things you learn as you go. I would have thought he'd be better at it already, but I'm not saying you can't improve. And under different circumstances, if they did have a quarterback in here, if they did have someone stable, if they did, I don't know, if he came in and took over, the Chargers like Harbaugh did a couple years ago, and you've got the young quarterback who's shown the promise and you believe in him, or if he takes over the Jaguars and you've got a quarterback, he's shown some promise, you've already paid him. All right, terrible year one, let's see what he could do in year two. But year two is going to be that decision year. This is why my plan, not that I know all and I'm the be all end all, but I would have kept Aaron Rodgers and tried to draft a quarterback last year and have him learn under a year of Aaron Rodgers and then make that transition. Win some games with Aaron Rodgers, right? You'd be able to win some games with Aaron Rodgers. You'd be able to relax on being, on top of the offense. Aaron Rodgers and your offensive coordinator could have handled that for you. You probably win some games. And, hey, if it's terrible, no one's going to blame you for Aaron Rodgers. No one's going to sit here and go, oh, my God, Glenn, how could you allow it? Like, it's Aaron Rodgers. You could play under the safety net of not being blamed because everybody would point fingers at Aaron Rodgers if you lost, but you'd probably win some games. You'd have a stabling offense. You would have a young kid waiting in the wings, learning from that Hall of Fame quarterback. Then you make that transition next year, and you've bought yourself a couple of years of not being a winning football team, and everybody's still being on board with the coach. Instead, you let him pick his quarterback. It's a failure. You jettisoned a Hall of Fame quarterback who's going to win a division. The offense is putrid. The team looks exactly the same, and there's nobody else to blame but the coach. And now you're heading into the most important decision of the Jets' next 5 years. And I'm sorry, it's hard to envision that this is the group to make that decision and develop that quarterback. It's just hard to envision it. With everything that's happened this year and everything that's gone on with Justin Fields, it is hard to envision Aaron, Glenn, and Muji being the team that drafts and develops this young quarterback. It's hard to envision. And if you ask me today, I don't think I want them making that decision. I don't think I want them here next year doing that. They've shown me nothing that gives me any faith at all that they're capable of that. And the last thing I want to do is fire the coach mid-year like Tennessee just did. It's the last thing I want to do is feel like now I've got to make a change in the second year. We've seen it hinder quarterback after quarterback after quarterback. Bring in, it seems like, unfortunately for him, you want to bring in a new coach and a new GM who are going to make that decision, who are going to be behind it, who are going to be tied to it. Hopefully you have I would think you want to hire an offensive-minded head coach, and then the coach and the quarterback, that relationship is the NFL. Like right now, the coach-quarterback relationship is the NFL. That's how you win. Unless you're going to have like the aforementioned Vrabel, who's a great head coach, who's played in the league, who's had success, who's got buy-in, who knows how to hire the right coaches. Like if you can get him, or you can get a Harbaugh, or if you can get a Tomlin, or if, I don't know, even Bill Belichick coming back. Like if you can get that kind of stabilizing force, okay. Outside of that, it's about an offensive coach with a quarterback. Right? Like I'm even worried for Washington. Cliff Kingsbury comes in. They've been great, last year. This year they're 3-3. What happens next year to Jaden Daniels when they decide to when he takes over the Jets head coaching job? When Cliff Kingsbury is the next head coach of the New York Jets and picks and develops his own quarterback, how's Daniels going to handle that? Changing offenses on these guys in the beginnings of their career sucks. Changing everything, changing the building, changing everything about the team in the second year of a young quarterback sucks. 888-808-1019. And I just don't know, and especially in the way he handled not even just the game, but the way he's handled the quarterback, the way he handled the media, and the way he came out today and still told you Justin Fields is playing well. He admitted Sunday was a disaster, but overall, no, I think he's done a lot of good things. Come on. I know you got to protect your players. Believe me, I know. I'm the Aaron Boone defender. I know you've got to protect your players. And I'm not saying he should come out and say Justin Fields sucks. But, I mean, come on. Come on. 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you on the fan. We'll come back, take your calls, get you till 5 o'clock. And the warm-up show right here on the fan. Be right back.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Brian Burns said, Dart, he brings a lot of excitement to the game. He's electric, the amount of focus he has. It's uncommon for a rookie to have that. And you know that kid's going to do a lot of special things in New York. And that's another guy I got to mention. Your unfriendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Stream Keith McPherson live or on demand with the Odyssey app. And podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
So during the break, if you don't know, we're on YouTube. You can catch me on the live stream, Keith and myself. We do it all morning long in the nights into the overnight. So you can catch us out on YouTube, be part of the chat. There is a troll there. He calls himself Hot Rod. There's many trolls because that's what the internet does. And I did what Jazz Chisholm did in the middle of the game. I had the audacity to yawn at 2:50 in the morning during a break. I apologize to everybody. And someone suggested I should get a Jolt Cola. Do you remember Jolt? Mike, did you ever hear of Jolt Cola? Are you old enough?
I've heard of it, but I've never had one.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I remember Jolt Cola. And it was just like high caffeine. It was like, it had like a lightning bolt in the logo. It was Jolt Cola. I haven't seen it in forever. They still make it. I just did a quick Google search. You can buy Jolt right now. On Amazon, they have a website, Zero Sugar Jolt. Taste the legend. I haven't had it. I might have to order some Jolt Cola, especially if they have it sugar-free with 0 calorie. I wonder, are they, because they're kind of promoting this as like an energy drink. I wonder if it's still the same, if they've changed it to kind of make it an energy drink. But yeah, I remember Jolt Cola. There was a deli right across the street from my house we used to go to all the time. And they had Jolt Cola. I miss Jolt. I miss those things. I was thinking, like, I was watching something on YouTube, and how many licks to the center of a Tootsie Pop with the owl came on as one of the commercials. Like, when's the last time you saw that commercial?
That's so funny because, like, some companies will just keep churning out new advertising campaigns. They'll update it, keep it fresh. Yeah. And then there are some that are like, listen, this has worked for 60 years. Just keep throwing it out there.
But I just haven't seen it in a while. It's funny because I was thinking about that with a couple things, right? I've been saying for a while now, I miss the York Peppermint Patty commercials. Remember the York Patty? They bite into a York Peppermint Patty and suddenly they're going down the slope. So they're like, bobsledding, or they're doing something like, they would take one bite into a York Peppermint Patty and suddenly do a million things. What would you do for a Klondike bar? We haven't seen those commercials in forever. And I was just thinking to myself, because I had a joke that I did about Jersey Mike's. And I was laughing because I was like, Subway has everybody, right? There was a time period where Subway had everybody. Subway had Charles Barkley. Subway had Steph Curry, Tom Brady. Like, Subway had all of these incredible. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I'm talking after Jared, obviously. No, when they had all the major endorsements. They had
Happy Gilmore.
Well, I mean, we've seen the Happy Gilmore. The Shooter McGavin is now in the commercial, the most recent one. Like that, but that's the last one I see. I felt like all of these guys were doing Subway commercials, and I joked. I was like, there's someone in a meeting someone was in a meeting at Jersey Mike's and said, guys, we got to figure out how we're going to keep up with all these celebrity endorsements that Subway's having. How do we keep up with these guys? And someone raised their hand and said, I have an idea. Danny DeVito. I want to be that guy in that meeting who said Danny DeVito because it works. But now I feel like I haven't seen a Subway commercial with a star in it in forever. Or I just feel like I haven't seen as many Subway commercials. The only one I see recently is the Happy Gilmore one. And they have more storefronts than any other fast food chain across the world. There are more Subways than McDonald's. There are more Subways than, Wendy's. And yet I feel like there was a time where I couldn't watch 10 minutes of TV without seeing Steph Curry or Tom Brady or Charles Barkley or all these guys. And now I feel like I see, for every one Subway commercial, I see the Danny DeVito and now Eli Manning Jersey Mike's commercials. For every one Subway, I see 10 Jersey Mike's. These are the things I pick up on. These are the things I notice. I'll ask Marco this question. Here, Marco, come in. We're killing time.
Till 5 a.m.
That's you think I have no shame in my game. Do you have any memorable commercials that you feel like suddenly went away that you missed? Like, I was thinking the York Peppermint Patty commercial. Do you remember the York Peppermint Patty commercials? One bite into a York Peppermint Patty, and suddenly I'm going down the slopes. Or
I do.
Also, it's another one that I used to love that you don't see anymore. You would have to have 7 bowls of Raisin Bran to have the same number of whatever that's in one bowl of Total. Do you remember the one bowl of Total?
I do remember the Total commercials.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
What would you do for a Klondike bar?
Yes. They don't have those.
I think Klondike bars in general are gone.
Really?
You know what's one we used to hear commercials for all the time? Wow. Kit Kat. It had a famous jingle, too.
What would you do? Yeah, give me a break.
Gone.
Give me a break. Yeah, Doublemint Gum. When's the last time you saw a Doublemint Gum commercial?
Doublemint Gum, yeah.
But you're right. Yeah, give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. I haven't seen a Kit Kat bar commercial.
Butterfinger with Bart Simpson.
Yeah. No, nobody better lay a finger on my Butterfinger.
I used to like the Diet Pepsi with Ray Charles back in the day.
Sure.
That was a long time ago, I know.
Yeah, that's a long time ago now.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Where's the beef?
The old lady for Wendy's, yes.
One of the ones I liked, too, was the canned gravy. And it's like the old couple, and the woman's like, this isn't gravy. If this is gravy, why is blah, 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 blah? And then the old man steps in behind her and goes, yeah, if this is real gravy, where's the lumps? And the woman turned to him, and she was all mad at him because obviously, he's saying her gravy has lumps in it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, you don't remember that?
I don't know that one.
The gravy commercial? No, you don't remember
that one? I don't know.
This all started with Jolt Cola. Do you remember Jolt? Like the high caffeine, high energy soda.
Do they still have that or no?
They still do. I looked it up. I haven't seen it in a store in forever. But I think I only had
that once.
There just happened to be a deli by me that carried it, so we had it every once in a while. But it was just like a high caffeinated.
Honestly, I didn't see the big deal. I had it once. I thought it was supposed to be a big deal, but I was kind of like, it's not. What's the big deal?
It wasn't.
It was just bad sodas. What if?
Yeah.
But again, this was 30 years ago. I don't remember last time.
It's been a long time. So cool.
Yeah.
Have you also noticed less Subway commercials? It felt like a year ago.
Subway's had all kinds of problems. You haven't heard that?
Well, no. What Subway problem?
They had issues when, remember the whole $5 footlong?
Yeah.
Well, when it no longer was $5 and they couldn't sell it for $5, people were like, well, what the hell am I going to Subway for?
Yeah.
So they're
their
sales.
You would think they'd bump up the advertising.
I think the advertising went down because the sales went down, and I think Jersey Mike's has overtaken
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Subway.
I don't know if they have. No way. Subway has too many actual storefronts, but
I'd have to look it up. But I feel like I saw this somewhere. Subway was hemorrhaging, and that's why they started with the fresh. And not the meat that was in basically the whatever that was in the counter.
In the tubs.
Because Jersey Mike's was slicing their own meat. So Subway had to try to do something.
Yeah. No, I said if I would love to have been a fly on the wall when there was a Jersey Mike's meeting somewhere and they were like, guys, they got Tom Brady. Subway's got Tom Brady. They got Charles Barkley. They got Steph Curry. They got every one of these. What can we do to keep up in the advertising department? And there's the guy in the back who raises his hand. Ted, what do you think? Danny DeVito. I wanted to be there when someone pitched Danny DeVito because it's brilliant.
It is brilliant.
It kept now,
Now you add in Eli Manning, and there you go.
Now you add Eli Manning. It's great. But yeah, I miss some of those old commercials. They were fun. Because I saw the owl with the Tootsie Pop. How many licks do you get to the bottom of a Tootsie Pop? I was watching a YouTube thing with my kids, and all of a sudden that came on as one of the commercials in between. I was like, I haven't seen the owl take a bite after 3 licks in forever. That's been a long time.
No, I haven't seen the owl lick in a long time either. No. I think you pay more attention to commercials than I do.
I guess.
I'm getting that vibe.
I just remember those are old time. You saw them a million times. The old.
I mean, other than like the Canterbury Easter Bunny thing, like I don't remember a whole lot of.
That's a good one. We haven't seen the Canterbury Easter Bunny in a long time.
Really?
Even
I feel like around Easter, I feel like that pops back up.
I feel like the Energizer Bunny, even now that you mention it. I haven't seen that many of the Energizer. You see it every once in a while, but not nearly the same. These are commercials that ran our lives, though. They were a constant.
Yeah. Again, didn't notice. You're not wrong. I just didn't care. How about that? Okay. I didn't notice because I didn't care.
Okay.
But now that you mention it, yes, there are a lot of these commercials that are gone. But I feel like that would be over time. I feel like we move forward.
Well, the York Peppermint Patty and some of those have been a long time.
Well, that should come back. I like that one.
You like the York Peppermint Patty?
I did like the York Peppermint Patty.
Yeah, they were okay.
No, I meant the commercials. I'm not a big
the commercials.
Yeah, my son, my oldest, loves the peppermint patties. He thinks those. Yeah, he's a big mint guy.
The only peppermint now, the thin mint Girl Scout cookies kind of have that minty kind of flavor. They're good. I don't like the. Was it coconut? I don't even know what was in it.
I don't know if that's coconut. I don't know. But I didn't even realize they still made them until my oldest started. He loves those things.
Really?
Yeah. When he gets Halloween's coming up, if he gets a York, that's a big deal for him.
Really? I don't even know.
Loves that stuff.
And of course, I don't know if you've seen the prices on the Halloween candy.
You know, I didn't look at it because I didn't buy. I'll be fair. I haven't bought Halloween candy in a long time.
No?
I'm kind of like at the end of a dead end. Nobody comes to me.
Nobody comes to you.
Well, because it's almost a waste of time.
We make sure we're not home when we turn all the lights off, but nobody
that's
comes.
True too.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, like if you're a kid, you're going to go to the end of there's like 6 houses on my block, and I'm at the end of it. Yeah. It's a waste of your time.
I hear you.
So you might as well keep going around the neighborhood. Like, what's the point of coming down my street? And I don't think they don't go down my street. Now, granted, I'm never home, but I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
Exactly right. All right. Well, thank you. I just wanted a little. Back and forth there about the commercials.
Well, I hope I killed enough time for you.
Yeah, I mean,
tried. I was just unaware of.
It was satisfactory. I leave the conversation, I suppose, satisfied. Not overly happy with it, not disappointed with it. Kind of, Goldilocks, right in the middle.
I got to tell you, I'll take it.
Okay. 3:03, McMonigle here with you. Update time. We'll come back, continue to take your calls. We'll get into the Giants. We'll get into the playoff baseball. We'll get into. I don't know, more commercials, whatever you want. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Bears forced 3 turnovers, including a late fumble by Jaden Daniels, led to a Jake Moody 38-yard field goal as time expired as they surprised the Commanders 25-24. 3 straight wins now for Chicago. They got 175 total yards and a score from DeAndre Swift. Falcons erased the Bills 24-14. Bijan Robinson ran for 170 to score, while Michael Penix Jr. threw for 250 and a touchdown. Garrett Wilson looking at a couple of weeks on the shelf for the Jets thanks to a hyperextended knee. Meanwhile, Aaron Glenn trying to clarify why he was so dismissive of the calls to bench Justin Fields, as he feels the game was just an anomaly.
When you look at what Justin did, the games that he played, listen, I didn't think he was bad at all. I actually thought he did some pretty good things in those 4 games. In this 5th game, he took a step back. And I'm with you guys 100%, and we can't have that.
Blake Snell dominated the Rays scoreless, allowed just 1 hit, struck out 10 while facing the minimum. Dodgers withstood the Brewers 2-1. Milwaukee scratched a run across in the 9th, loaded the bases, but Blake Treinen able to escape trouble by striking out Bryce Terang to end it as LA grabs game 1. Mariners homered 3 times, including a go-ahead 3-run shot from Jorge Polanco. They ripped the Blue Jays 10-3, take a 2-0 series lead. Devils edge the Blue Jackets 3-2. Dawson Mercer a pair, Timo Meyer the other tally, and the Jets rock the Islanders 5-2. 55 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 3:05. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Please remind me, Evan did come up with an interesting topic today about trading for Shedeur Sanders for the New York Jets. I mean, I think that definitely makes sense. It's a flyer. It's a 5th round. I don't know what you'd have to give up. A 7th round pick, exchange a 7th for a 6th. You'd probably not have to give up anything. I don't think they're thinking too highly of him right now. in Cleveland after all of the antics when they made the switch to another quarterback besides him. But that's the kind of quarterback you bring in here and this season's over. Like, once the season's over, you try new things. You want to bring in a young quarterback who a lot of people, myself included, was a top of the draft quarterback. And that his play in college warranted that. You want to bring in a possible kind of young player like that, fit him into your system, go out there and play him for the rest of the year and see what you have. It doesn't hurt. That's an easy thing to move on from. It's not like you're bringing in a young quarterback. You can't go draft another young quarterback. It's a lottery ticket like Justin Fields was. You're already just ready to throw out your lottery ticket. You don't even need to see the final numbers. You know this one's a loser. Bring in another lottery ticket, play him right away, play him down the stretch. It'll give something the fans to watch at least, because theoretically you could. I mean, it would be like drafting the young quarterback this year. It'd be like doing the same thing I suggested. Drafting the young quarterback, having Aaron Rodgers. Instead, they did Justin Fields, and now you go to the young kid. I don't think there's anything like that would, some might call it taking a chance, yes. Let's go. Let's hit the music. He's getting it. Hit the music. Take a chance. That's what we need. Shedeur Sanders. Take a chance on Shedeur. I think it's a brilliant idea.
If you change your mind, take a chance on the first thing.
Take a chance on Shedeur.
Honey, I'm still free.
He could probably mime this song tremendously well. He's probably a big ABBA guy. He strikes me as a big ABBA fan. But yeah, I think there's no reason not to take a chance. I would take a chance on any young quarterback that's out of favor where they are. Why not? Why not? And again, Shedeur Sanders was heading into the draft the second quarterback. Like, that's what we all expected him to be. Whether it was going to be third with the Giants, second with Cleveland, or, later down the line in the first round, I think everyone expected him to be the second quarterback taken. And instead, he fell all the way to the fifth round in Cleveland. If they have no use for him and they're willing to take a draft pick for him, I would absolutely bring in Shedeur Sanders. I think that would make a ton of sense. Take another chance. Keep taking chances on the quarterback until you find one. And if you find one, if he plays well, think of the advantage of not having to draft a quarterback. Especially at the top of the draft, you could trade that pick for a bunch of different picks. You can, do whatever you want with that pick as opposed to being forced to take a quarterback, because that's what they'll be. They're going to be forced to take. You don't have a choice. If you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a choice. At the top of the draft, you don't have a choice. I mean, I suppose you could trade it if you really don't believe in any quarterbacks, but they're going to have to take a quarterback and start developing him. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Bob in Bayside. What's up, Bob?
Chris, before I get to my football point about advertising and commercials.
Yes.
A very influential advertising executive on Madison Avenue said a while back, there are two things you can't go wrong with when you advertise. Dogs and babies in commercials.
Yeah.
In fact,
dogs and babies. I'm trying to think of famous dog and baby commercials.
Look at every Subaru commercial the last 10 years. You have dogs driving the car. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, no, I gave you I'm not hanging up on you, Bob.
All right.
But yeah, no, remember Toonces the driving cat? Anyway, that made me think of that on the old Saturday Night Live skit.
Yeah, cute babies and cute puppy dogs always work in
I'm trying to think if there was like a baby commercial or a dog commercial that was very popular and reoccurring. Wasn't there a dog for a pizza company or something? I don't know. I can't remember.
I can't think of one. But let me say one thing about football.
Shirt like Spike the Taco Bell Chihuahuas, maybe. I don't know.
Anyway, there's an internal ironic struggle here with football. Okay. You're taking the top quarterbacks in college who obviously have ability, and you're putting them on the worst teams in the NFL because that's how the draft works.
Correct.
So obviously, everybody says, well, it's going to take them a while to read defense. No, it takes them 2-3 years because they're on bad teams. And in other words, they
not
drafted.
Always, though. Not always.
I know.
C.J. Stroud hasn't missed the playoffs yet. Jaden Daniels just took his team year one to the NFC Championship.
I know. There are exceptions.
There are exceptions.
I can give you 10 more.
Of course.
I can give you Mac Jones, which is the name you would think trying to think
Matt
of.
Chandler, yeah, but he's. I mean, I'm
Okay.
not ready to declare him successful yet.
No,
but
but
he's played better in San Francisco. Clearly,
I could think of Baker Mayfield, who wasn't on a
Clearly.
good Cleveland team. I could think of Daniel Jones, our man. You know, you put a better group of people and offensive lines and good receivers, and suddenly they're good quarterbacks. It's amazing how it could change. And look
I mean, that's
at
definitely
Sam
obviously
look
a
at
part
Sam
of it.
Donald. Sam Donald.
Yeah.
You put him on the Jets, he didn't do a thing, and now he's playing well. This is how football is.
Yeah, but sometimes it takes time. It's not just a good team. I mean, because he was in different places. He was in San Francisco. He was in Carolina. Like sometimes it's the right fit. It's the right coach. It's not just necessarily the team is all that much better because, again, Drake May playing better this year. That team isn't all that much better. That wide receiving core isn't all that good. The coach got better. Sometimes it's the situation more than just, well, he's on a talented team. Sometimes that's the case, but you could still have a good coach. You can have a good coach who just took over a team and ready to go. And the Jets offensive line's good enough to support a young quarterback. You do have a stud in Garrett Wilson to support a young quarterback. You have a running game and a running back in Garrett Wilson, in Breece Hall to support a young quarterback. Like I don't think they're in a terrible now. Who knows if Breece Hall's part of the team next year? But they're not in some miserable position for a young quarterback to succeed. They're not. They're really not. That's why I didn't think the Giants were in a bad position for a young quarterback to succeed. As long as Andrew Thomas is there, the offensive line is serviceable. It's not brilliant. It's not great. It's serviceable. You've got Neighbors. Now he's obviously injured, but heading into the season, you had Neighbors, who's a stud wide receiver. You had Theo Johnson, who could and should be, and what they drafted him to be, a threat and pass-catching tight end. You've got, two young running backs. Tracy had a great year last year, and we're seeing what Scatterboo can do. Like, Jackson Dart has found himself along with an offensive-minded head coach who, was behind him and in his corner from the beginning and pounded the table to draft him and pounded the table to put him in against the Chargers. Like, if you have a coach you believe in and a coach who believes in you and a good offensive scheme and at least a serviceable offensive line and a couple weapons, like that's all you need. You don't need like a great team to be successful. I mean, look at the rest of that Texans team. It's not all that good. The offensive line has deteriorated the last couple of years, but they got Nico Collins. I don't think the Washington team is, McLaurin, they've got some ability, no doubt, but they weren't any good. They were dregs of the NFL. And within a year, the quarterback changed everything about the team. The quarterback uplifts and changes everything about the team. If you have if you have a young stud quarterback who's able to play the way Jackson Dart has played over the first couple weeks of his career or play the way Jaden, that changes how the entire team feels about their prospects and the entire way they feel about the season. And that's why I'm talking about it. We're going to talk a little bit of Giants here. We'll talk about it here. I think the Giants are absolutely in a position where if they win this game, if they beat the Denver Broncos and go to 3-4, they've already beaten the Eagles, and they play the Eagles again. These next two games on the road are very difficult games. They're not games I necessarily expect them to win. They're going to be games that they're underdogs in. But you're taking on the Broncos, who just had a pitiful performance against the Jets. Now, it was in London. It was coming off a big Eagle win. They felt that they could probably throw their cleats and helmets on the field and beat the Jets, and they were right. But if you could figure out a way to beat this Broncos team, get after Bo Nix, get him to make a couple of mistakes, going up against that defense, you're going to have to run the football at the Broncos because you can't let them come after you. You're going to have to be able to run the football at Scatterboo, but the way the offense is played, I wouldn't put it past them. They can go win this game. And then you're playing the Eagles next Sunday, 1 o'clock in Philadelphia. If they win this game against the Broncos, you're talking about going to play in Philly, battling for a division. You are in the mix. They got to go win this game. Don't get me wrong. They're 2-4. You got to go win the Broncos game. You lose the Bronco game and you're 2-5. That Philly game doesn't feel nearly as important. But you're 3-4, taking on a Philadelphia team that looks like they're in trouble here. They're going to play a Minnesota team this week that they should be able to win the game, but clearly they're not right. They're not right. Saquon Barkley is not getting nearly the same amount of carries as he got last year. Or, Brown's complaining. The quarterback has looked really bad at times and nothing like he did for a lot of the last year. Something's going on with that offense. Something's going on with that team. They're dealing with injuries in the defense. Like, if you win this week against the Broncos and you go play Philadelphia, that game is going to feel like a game that is more relevant and more exciting. Think about where the Giants are right now. Think about where they've been and think about where they are. Think about the last handful of years and how the Giants season has gone. From that playoff win against Minnesota to that opening game, the 40-0 drubbing by the Dallas Cowboys. From that Cowboy game on, the Giants haven't played one really significant, meaningful game. Yeah, we got all pumped up when Tommy DeVito beat Green Bay. Right? We got all pumped up. But that game really didn't mean anything. In fact, ultimately, I would argue it hurt the Giants. But we haven't seen the Giants play a meaningful game in forever. And it was just 3 weeks ago that they lost that game to the Chiefs, following up that brutal loss to the Cowboys. Russell Wilson was awful. The offense was terrible. And they were 0-3, and we were staring another miserable season in the face. And then the coach, against what a lot of people thought, myself included, was too early to pull the trigger on the young quarterback, played him against the Chargers. They were undefeated at that time, and everybody expected a big-time ass-kicking. And instead, they go win that football game. And yes, they stubbed their toe against the Saints, but then they followed up with the Philadelphia game. If they win this Broncos game, they are going to be in a position we haven't experienced the Giants being in forever. You are talking about an enormous divisional game at the end of October, heading into November, where the season kind of really begins and where the Giants' seasons have ended year after year. You are going to be heading into a Sunday battle against the class of the division, a team that has owned you for forever, a team that won the Super Bowl last year, a team that you somehow had your best performance against in forever 2 weeks ago. You're looking to sweep that division. You're looking to sweep the season series against that divisional opponent to put yourself back at 500, at 4-4, entering November in a division that has the Cowboys that can't stop anybody, an Eagles team who doesn't look like themselves, who you've beaten now twice, and a Washington team that, I don't know, I'm not ready to anoint, just lost to the Bears. Like, that is a different spot for the New York Giants than we ever could have imagined, that we've seen in forever. Now, they got to go out and win the games. I'm just telling you, if they do it. And let's be honest, the Broncos have not played up to the level that we thought. Yeah, they beat the Eagles. That's their big win. But this defense, I don't count what they did against the Jets because the Jets' offense is anemic and embarrassing. This defense has not been quite as good as people anticipated. It was supposed to be the best defense in the NFL, if not the AFC. Right there, like, Seattle was kind of the two defenses heading into the season. Chargers. They haven't quite been that. Bo Nix is playing more like he did at the beginning of last year as opposed to the end of last year. He's making mistakes. They're still a very good team at home, coming off 2 consecutive victories, looking to really stamp their season and don't want to stub their toe against the New York Giants, who now nobody's fooling, nobody's surprising. Jackson Dart, they absolutely demolished the Eagles on national television. Everyone is well aware of Jackson Dart. Everyone is well aware of Cam Scatterboo. Everyone is well aware of what the Giants are doing. There is no way in hell Sean Payton is taking the New York Giants, of all teams, lightly after what they just did against Philadelphia. So that is going to be a tough game. But if they ever win it, you're talking about October 26th. playing a meaningful game inside the division, looking to win both against Philadelphia and putting themselves right there in the conversation to battle for the division. Like, you can't argue it. You can't argue it. If they win this game against the Denver Broncos, in 2 weeks, going up against Philadelphia will be a game to be a major contender inside the NFC East. That is, you can't deny it. You can say whatever you want. Oh, my God, Chris, again, with the Giants. No. And I've been anti-Giant for forever. I've been down on the Giants outside of the coach who I kind of believed in and wanted him to get this chance. This is the only reason I like the coach. It's the only reason why I backed the coach. It's the only reason I didn't jump on board with everybody else who wanted him fired. One specific reason. They hired him for one specific reason. And I felt it was foolish and stupid and borderline, malfeasancy to not give this coach the young quarterback, because that's what his skill set is. That's why he was hired, for the work he did with the young quarterback in Buffalo, and to never allow him that situation, to never allow him to pick his guy and to coach up his guy, always felt just stupid to me. It felt like a waste of 3 years of a head coach who showed promise year one. I have not been that excited about the Giants. I haven't been that promised. Like, it's not like I'm constantly talking about, this is the year, this is the year. That's not me, not the Giants. I've been pessimistic about the Giants. But there's no arguing. You can't argue it. The Giants win this game October 26th, Sunday at 1 o'clock in Philadelphia. The New York Giants are playing to see if they're contenders in the NFC East. Bottom line, that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And we haven't experienced that at the end of October going into November in forever. For legitimate contenders for a division, it's been forever. It's been forever. This is a huge game. I am freaking pumped for this game, 4 o'clock on Sunday. Because it's the difference between, well, it's been a nice little thing, let's see if the quarterback can continue to play well, as opposed to, man, we're going into Philadelphia. We just kicked their ass 2 weeks ago, and now we're playing to be contenders in this division. The win-loss, it just feels 2-5, and losing to the Broncos is so different than 3-4 heading into Philadelphia. It is enormous. It is the difference between 2-5 and 3-4. Clearly, you know this. I'm just saying the difference between 2-5 and 3-4 heading into that Philadelphia game is immense. Because it's the difference between, hey, let's see if they could do it again against Philadelphia. Let's see how Jackson Dart plays, and kind of playing out the string of a so-so team where you're hoping to see promise out of the young quarterback, as opposed to, hey, the New York Giants are battling to be contenders in the NFC East. That's the difference. That's what this Sunday means. Is the rest of this season about, wow, Jackson Dart's really coming along and I have hope for the future? Or is this season about, go beat the Eagles and feel like you're a real contender inside the NFC East? 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll come back, get right to the calls. Eddie, David, come back, get right to the calls. Take you for another hour and a half as we got you till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on the Fan.
This is science. You can't bet against a coach who wears a fishing vest.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
They are a much better defense than I gave them credit for before the season started.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And the Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
In
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8182. 800-390-8182. That's 800-390-8182. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
1, McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. All right, we're talking a little Giants. We'll get to the baseball in a little bit. The Yankee shill will come out a little bit about the playoff format, or what's going on with the playoffs, and why everyone thinks the Yankees aren't winning, and yet those are the exact reason teams are winning right now. So we'll get to that. And we'll get to Pete Alonso. We haven't had a chance to talk about that. Pete Alonso looking for a 7-year contract. I don't know if he'll find it, but he's looking for it. We'll get to that too. 888-808-1019. Eddie in Rockland. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, Christopher, what's happening, man?
Hi, Edward. How are you?
You know, you're doing a great job bouncing back and forth from the YouTube and the thing. You're going to dress up. You're going to have a Halloween show. You're going to start making theme shows.
Not a bad idea. I mean,
bring a little bag of like some things you can hang in the background. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think I'm going to decorate, but I might come in costume. We'll see. If I get dressed up with the kids, I might just wear that costume to the show that night. Yeah. I think it's a Friday, right? I think this year it's on Friday, so I'd have to actually come in.
Yeah.
I'd have to come in before. It's early. That's the thing about these things, you know. It's always like as everyone's really going to sleep the night before. If I come in here at 2 a.m. dressed for Halloween, it's almost like I'm 12 hours early, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, you can work around. You're versatile.
That's absolutely true.
All right, let's get on a couple things. Now we're in week 6, and, you know, we really haven't ripped apart these teams because we have to give them all time, right?
We don't have to.
When Dart went down, that whole situation on the sideline, what did you think about that and the letter that was issued by the Giants?
Yeah, I watching the game, and I said this that next morning. Watching the game, I thought that they were going to get penalized. Like, I wasn't sure the rules. I'm like, you got the coach. You got the coach and Scadaboo going near the tent. I'm like, I don't think they're allowed there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but what was Dable crying about? It was a third down. They had to take him out for one play because he was hurt.
Yeah.
The guy, Russell, screwed up. It went to fourth down, and at fourth down, Dable's yelling at the doctor.
He said he was going to go for it. He said he was thinking about going for it. At that point, at that part of the field, that kind of, I forget exactly what the distance would have been for that play, but it was like that part of the field where it's just a little too far for a field goal. You don't want to punt it either. Like, he said that the doctor told him that it looks like it's going to be good. And he was like, looks like, tell me now, I'll call a timeout and I'm going to go for this sumbitch, is how he put it. So that was the point. He was considering calling a timeout and going for it on fourth down. And he wouldn't have done it with. Well, that's what he said in the post. He didn't say that days later. He said that in the post game. At the podium.
Doesn't look good.
No, it didn't look good. I mean, you can't do it. You can't do it.
I don't understand why Jameis Winston doesn't bark and say he wants to go to the Jets or another team out there. I think he's got a good arm, but. Here's my question.
Yeah, he's got a good arm.
Say the Giants say, do what you say, and they get respectable and this and that.
Yeah.
Right? In your hands, do you give Dable a lame coaching year, or do you give him an extension beginning before the start of the next season?
Depends on how good it is, but yeah, I'm open to give him a contract extension, yeah.
Already.
Yeah, look at him and the quarterback, man. That's it. That's the game. If they get themselves into contention,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What do you think the play call is that when he's bouncing off three or four different of his own players and other players? What play call is that? Pinball?
Yeah, it's the pinball play. Exactly right. That's all
right.
Dable. Dable says, scramble around in the backfield, run off a bunch of different players and then break the play and run. It's the same play call that John Harbaugh has for Lamar Jackson. It's the same play call that Andy Reid has for. Remember that the play in the Super Bowl or all those plays. That's the play call for Mahomes. Hey, Mahomes, run around and then literally dive and throw it while you're horizontal on the floor. That's the play call from Andy Reid too.
I can't wait till you have to go Judas on Dable.
Why would I listen?
Remember when
I don't know why you hate him so much. Look what he's done with the young quarterback.
Remember when you did that to Volpe?
What I do to Volpe? No, what I do to Volpe?
You just stabbed him right in the back.
I stabbed him right in the back, that Volpe. I stabbed him right in the back. Me and Volpe were tight, and then I stabbed him right in the back. What are you talking about? You guys are so strange, I swear. Why is this about me? Why are you out to get me? Why are you out to figure out why? Let's just talk about what's your opinion. And yeah, with the Anthony Volpe stuff, I said going into the season. It's on tape. Go back. It's probably, I don't know, they weren't doing videos of me that much back then. But they did the story. If Anthony Volpe has the same kind of offensive season this year that he's had the last two, he can't be the starting shortstop of the New York Yankees in 2026. That's what I said at the start of the year. Then he was on his way to having that better season, and I defended him. Then he stopped having that season, and I went back to my original thought. That's how it works. You dope? Man. David in Port Washington. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Chris, I love your show. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, what you said, I got to reiterate about the Giants. This is probably the most important game of the year.
This one feels.
They need.
This is the one that now. What's fun and terrible at the same time. And I know this is the low bar of the New York Giants. I'm well aware this is the low bar of the New York Giants. But there's something in me that is almost happy that I look back at the Saints game and say, man, that really cost them. When's the last time we've even been able to say that? When's the last time as a Giant fan you've been able to look back at a game and go, oh, man, if they just didn't stub their toe in that one. It's almost like it's a step up just being able to look at one loss and saying, oh, man, if only that one. But my point is, and I think you agree with it, Dave, and what you're saying, this is the game against the Broncos where it feels like, for whatever reason, this is the pendulum swing. This is either the game where they win.
Absolutely.
If they win this one, and they win three, if they win this one, and it's 3 out of 4 with this kid, and now they've beaten the Eagles and the Broncos, who are playoff teams. Whatever you think about them going through struggles, whatever, these are playoff teams from last year, and everybody expects them to be playoff teams this year. If you win 3 out of his first 4 against the Chargers, the Eagles, and the Broncos, you are now you have thrusted yourself into the conversation going up to go play Philadelphia. You are now in the conversation of if you're good enough to be a playoff team and a division contender, without question.
That's right.
And if you lose it, now you're 2-5, and it's very unlikely that you're going to make this run. This is the game that swings from either, well, let's hope Jackson Dart plays well if they lose it, to, oh my God, what kind of run could this team go on if they win it? It feels like that kind of game.
I think the Giants are well aware of that too, Chris.
Yeah.
That the Giant team is very well aware that they must win this game. This is a do or die game for them, I believe, this year.
I mean,
go Giants, all right? Have a great
got
morning,
it, buddy.
Chris.
Thank you, David. To be a contender inside the NFC, to be a contender inside the NFC East, it kind of does feel like a do-or-die game. It wouldn't have been if they won the Saints game, but because they lost that Saints game and had 5 consecutive turnovers, this Broncos game now becomes that. If they lose, they're 2-5, unlikely to get back into the mix. I mean, if they win the Eagles game after that, would we fool ourselves again? Probably. But no, this one feels like it. If they figure out this one and go 3-4 heading into Philadelphia, that game then becomes, hey, we're legit. They win it, they're legit. You lose this one, it's 2-5. You go into that Eagles game and it doesn't have the same intensity. It doesn't have the same amount on the line. Doesn't have the same amount on the line. This is a huge game against the Broncos. It's a winnable game. It's a winnable game. And that's the other thing. When we talk about it, we went into this season going, where are the wins coming from? Where are the wins coming from? And this was the first year I was positive about this franchise, about this team. And I said, I think they're going to win both these games on the road because I didn't love the Commanders. And I thought the Cowboys' defense was terrible after the trade. And I was kind of right about the Cowboys' defense. They just couldn't freaking figure out how to stop them from scoring. But I mean, since Jackson Dart's taken over, it's been a completely different team. The offense looks completely different. He's made 3 starts, 3 opening drive touchdowns. They don't score in the first quarter of games. For the last couple of years, they don't score in the first quarter. 2 touchdowns in the first quarter against the Eagles was the first time in 85 games. 85 games since they scored multiple touchdowns in the first quarter. So, like, it's felt completely different. And you look at the wins now, at the Broncos would have been a guaranteed loss. That was like the pit of hell, those 3 games. You got the Eagles, the Broncos, the Eagles. Like, good luck with that. Then at home against the 49ers, they've been playing very well. That defense, although Warner is now out with an ankle injury, that defense is legitimately good. And we know as Brock Purdy's in there, you know, what kind of offense that can be with him and McCaffrey. You got a Bears team in Chicago that just beat Washington and offensively has done a hell of a lot better. You got a Packers team, a Lions team, now a Patriots team. Like, there are no easy home against the Vikings, on the road against the Raiders, and then maybe, you know, at home against the Cowboys last game of the year. Like, that's like, there's a lot of tough games, So I'm not telling you that all of a sudden the Giants are a stamped playoff team. I'm just telling you that on October 20, they win this game on Sunday. The following Sunday at Philadelphia is going to feel like a playoff game. It's going to be the highest intensity regular season game they have played in a long time. This Eagles game didn't have that. We all expected them to get their ass kicked off the Saints loss. Nobody expected that Thursday night to go like that. Nobody. I thought they'd play a decent enough game. I kind of like Jackson Dart. Even in the Saints loss and only scoring 14 points early on in the game, he was great, and then the wheels fell off. But it didn't feel like what it will feel like they win this Broncos game. And again, now he hasn't won a road game yet. He's played 3 games, 2 at home he's won against better opponents, and the loss is on the road against a lesser opponent. So he's got to prove he can go win a road football game. Giants have to prove they can go on the road against a good football team and win a football game. This is not going to be an easy game against the Broncos. It's not a game that I expect them to win. It's a game they can win. And if they do, it changes how we feel about this season. And it makes Sunday, October 26th at 1 o'clock in Philadelphia the biggest regular season game they have played in a long, long time. And the most impactful Eagles game they have played since the playoff game. And the most impactful regular season Eagles game in forever. Like, that becomes a huge game. Get me to that game. Win on Sunday against the Broncos so that we can all have that game. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back, take your calls till 4 o'clock, and then till 5 o'clock. And then I'll leave. 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
Cam Scadaba was going and is like a legend in the making for the Giants fan and football fans.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwiththedevils.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 3:49. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll get to some of the other baseball stuff as the Mariners take a commanding 2-0 lead as they head back to Seattle over the Jays, who, look, a lot of things about this game that I could talk about. And I'm going to push back on, with the Yankees, I'm going to push back on some of the narratives about the New York Yankees. I am. Because I'm watching the playoffs now. I'm watching the playoffs right now. I'm watching this series in particular. The Mariners scored 8 of the 10 runs off of home runs. Like, the idea that you can't hit home runs in the postseason and win, or that the Yankees are built too much on the home run. The problem isn't they're built on the home run. The problem is then they're not hitting them in the postseason. Bottom line. And I'm watching the game, like, you get 2 3-run home runs, and Savage throws an absolute hanging split finger to Rodriguez that gets hit a mile. Like, the Blue Jays played the Yankees spectacularly well. They have not played them well here. And the contact, and they put out good at-bats, and the Yankees strike out too much. The Yankees rely on the home run, and the Yankees strike out too much. Do you know the Mariners obviously scored 8 of the 10 runs via the home run, and they struck out 14 times. The Mariners struck out 14 times. The Blue Jays struck out 5 times. 14 times. The Blue Jays struck out 5 times. They won the game 10-3. The Blue Jays put the ball in play as much as they did against the New York Yankees. They didn't get any hits. And Vladimir Guerrero is having a miserable first 2 games of the series after dominating the New York Yankees. Dominating. The Yankees don't hit good pitching. You know what? Nobody does. That's how we know it's good. And I could just turn on the Dodger game and watch Blake Snell completely shut down the Milwaukee Brewers who do it right. The Milwaukee Brewers, they put the ball in play. They have good at-bats. They're built like a playoff team. Their coach holds players accountable. That's the kind of team you need in the postseason. Never mind the fact that the Brewers fail every single year in the postseason. And, you can, the way the Yankees play on base percentage and home runs, they don't hit good pitching. They never hit anybody's ace. Nobody hits good pitching. That's how you know it's good. And Blake Snell just stuck it up there, for 8 innings. And the Yankees don't play fundamental baseball. The Dodgers clearly making fun of them. The Dodgers had a double play on a ball off the wall. How's that for fundamentals? There's a play in that game, bases loaded. Teoscar Hernandez hits a deep fly ball to center. The center fielder, it goes in his glove, off the wall, back in his glove. He throws it in and gets a force play at home and third base. How's that for the great fundamentally sound Los Angeles Dodgers? The minute that ball hits the glove, if you're tagging up on a deep fly ball to center field, you have to know the rules. The ball doesn't have to be caught. The second it touches his glove, you are allowed to take off for home. There is no excuse that there is a force play at home with the bases loaded on a fly ball to center field, a deep fly ball on a ball that ends up hitting off the wall. That's an embarrassing display of base running fundamentals by the almighty Los Angeles Dodgers, who like to trash everybody else and took glee in knocking the New York Yankees for all their faults. That's the dumbest play I've ever seen. Never mind the fact that defending champions won the game and are probably going to win again. So I'm having a little. There's a little bit of a reach there, but I'm going to take it. What the hell? Because they are a friggin' dominant baseball team. But that was stupid. That was stupid. Here's the problem with the New York Yankees. I'm sorry. The Yankees aren't built in some way where they can't win. On-base percentage and home runs are their offense. It was good enough to score 16 runs in 12 innings against the same pen that shut them down in game number 4. The Mariners just won this game and have won this series, really, have won these first 2 games, on base and home runs. They strike out just as much as the Yankees did. They struck out 14 times in this game. 14. 14. That means they made 13 outs another way. 14 strikeouts. More than half of their outs were strikeouts in this game. It didn't stop them from scoring runs. The Yankees aren't built by the sabermetrics and the analytic people in a manner in which they can't perform in the postseason. It's just not true. It's not true. If Aaron Judge of 25 was in the World Series last year, there might have been a parade. If Giancarlo Stanton of last year played in this series against the Blue Jays, they might still be playing. The guys got to perform. They performed all year. Why are they not hitting the home runs in the playoffs that they're hitting in the regular season? That's the question that the Yankees have to ask themselves. You could build it different, and of course they evolve. Too many left-handed hitters? Too many right-handed hitters for all those years? They changed. They added a bunch of left-handed hitters. Now they have more left-handed hitters than right-handed hitters. Right? They go out and add aces when they feel like they need to. They added Cole after losing to the Astros in 19. They've added Max Fried this year. They brought in Bellinger, who has the approach everybody loves, the contact approach that everybody loves. He was terrible in the postseason, too. Why are they not transferring? And it's not because of great pitching, because they didn't do it against the lousy Toronto bullpen that the Mariners have now hit and the Yankees hit and pounded for 12 consecutive innings. Why are they not consistently performing the same in the postseason that they are in the regular season? I don't know the answer to it, but they've got to get to the bottom of it. And the other thing that is painfully clear about the New York Yankees in both the regular season and in the postseason, and I said this during the regular season when everybody was complaining about the June swoon, I went on this big rant about how I don't care about the June swoon and how, or I shouldn't say I don't care, but it's less troubling to me than the fact they can't win games against their division. That was far more troubling to me than, the June swoon that kind of ended with, getting swept by the Marlins and losing 2 out of 3 to the Texas Rangers, or how, they lost 3 out of 4 to the Angels. Like, they were struggling, losing to everybody in that June swoon where they played 10 games under 500 for over a month. But it wasn't so much the June swoon and the way they were playing. It was that they were getting their asses kicked by teams inside the division. They had a miserable division record. I think they ended up a game over 500 after all said and done, but still not good against the division, and that's been a problem for years. Look at the way the Blue Jays are playing this series. Look at the bravado they have. Look at the body language they have. Look at how they pitch. Because I'm telling you, did you Savage, did the Yankees do him favors? I guess on some level, sure. But he didn't leave a hanging splitter up in the zone at any point during the Yankee game. And he left a big fat one there for Rodriguez, did for a home run. Why don't the Yankees carry their on-base and home run prowess into the postseason? And then when you look at how the Blue Jays are playing the series, you look at how Vlad's playing the series, you look at how the offense is playing the series, you look at how the pitching. Why do the teams that know the Yankees best dominate them? Why did the Blue Jays, who are now struggling in the very same building that they were supermen against the New York Yankees? Yankees couldn't hit them. Yankees couldn't stop them from hitting. Like, it was foot to ass. Unlike I have, and the Yankees lose all these, they lose at least one of those series in every postseason. They haven't won, but I don't ever remember, even the Astros series, even the 22 sweep, it never felt like any one game was so much foot to ass as the 2 games in Toronto. How come the Yankees roll into Toronto and the Blue Jays are so freaking confident and absolutely kick the crap out of the Yankees, but the Mariners roll in, Vladimir Guerrero doesn't have a hit in the series, and they just look like a different ball club? Why is that? Why do the teams that know the Yankees best and play them more than anybody else have something on them? Like, you can't tell me Max Fried did not pitch all that well, and Max Fried, was an ace and has had his ups and downs in the postseason. I'm not saying they're cheating. I want to be very clear. Not even sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic right now. I am not saying the Jays are cheating or doing anything wrong. But they have something on Max Fried. Like, he's got his ass kicked every time he played them this year, and particularly in that building. Like, they just know his tendencies. The scouting against the Yankees, whatever it is, I don't have an answer. But they absolutely pound the Yankees. Why do they look like, for a team that I have called the frauds for forever, are yet in this generation of Vladimir Guerrero, they're yet to win a playoff game against anybody else? They have lost every other playoff game they have ever played. It's why I called them, part of the reason I was calling them frauds. They've been swept in every single wild card series. They've lost now the first 2 at home in this building where they look dominant against the Yankees. Why have they lost to every other playoff game that they have ever played except for 3 out of 4 against the Yankees? And it took a miracle comeback to win that one. Why? The Yankees need to figure out why the Boston Red Sox, who they were able to find a way to win in a 3-game series. But why do the Boston Red Sox, hell, even the Tampa Bay Rays, why do the Red Sox and the Blue Jays know exactly what to do to beat the New York Yankees? And maybe it's an easy answer if they see them all the time and the Yankees are predictable. Maybe that's it. Or the Yankees don't have a lot of high-velocity arms that the Blue Jays struggle with. Or whatever it can. Maybe it's just a great matchup. I don't know. But it's odd to me that Miller, who's a fine pitcher and had a really good year last year, how does he walk into that building and completely dominate an offense that Max Fried can't get out at all at any point this season? Something's up. The Yankees need to figure out why these teams that they play so much and know so well, why do they have a scouting report far better than what the Yankees have against them? That's the question if I'm specifically looking at this Blue Jay series and just their body language, just the way they're playing the game. They play the Yankees as if they know they're going to win. They play everybody else like it's up for grabs. Why? Why? I know we all want the Yankees to make a million changes and, have a bunch of arises and have a bunch of, Ernie Clements. And then maybe, just maybe, they'll make the playoffs. And then if they get into the playoffs, they'll play the brand of baseball that we all expect to win in the postseason. Never mind the fact that the teams that do it aren't going to win in the postseason. But that's fine because the Dodgers play the same way the Yankees do. They just do it with 3 Hall of Famers, so they do it better. And the Brewers who play that type of game, they're going to be gone. The Blue Jays who play that type of game are probably going to be gone. So, there is no secret sauce to how to win in the postseason. There's no way to know Polanco is going to be. If the Yankees signed Polanco, we would have been so pissed that they didn't go out and trade for a better piece or go get Polanco. He got a $7 million 1-year deal in February because nobody really wanted him. And now he's the hero of the ALCS. There is no secret sauce. There's no one type of player or type of game that will be successful in the postseason, nor is there a type of game or playoff system that will fail in the postseason. They've got to play their game. They haven't. And particularly against this division, why do they kick the Yankees' ass? Why do they look so comfortable? And why are they playing a different series against the Mariners than they played against the New York Yankees? The Yankees need to figure out how to change a little bit, how to get their guys to perform in the postseason, and they need to figure out what the hell the Red Sox and the Blue Jays are doing to figure them out at the level like this where it's damn near impossible to beat a lesser talented Red Sox team, and it's absolutely impossible to go into Toronto and beat this team. Why? Because it's not as simple as they throw the bat at the ball. I promise you. That is a lazy narrative. It's not the case. Because, again, they just got their ass kicked by a team who does the same thing as the Yankees. They hit 3 home runs. They struck out 14 times. They won 10-3. The Yankees are capable of doing that. Why don't they? And why do the Blue Jays play with such a swagger against them? Those are the questions that leave me pondering at 4:03 in the morning. 888-808-1019. We'll get to Pete Alonso and his 7-year contract demand, or at least, desire. We'll get back to the football, the Jets, the Giants, and, of course, your calls on the Yankees, everything else. McMonigle here with you for another hour. 888-808-1019. Here's Marco.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
And Mac, we're brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Bears got 3 turnovers, including a Jake Moody 38-yard field goal as time expired. Surprised the Commanders 25-24. DeAndre Swift 175 total yards and a touchdown. Falcons erased the Bills 24-14. Josh Allen was picked up twice. Bijan Robinson ran for $170 and a score. Garrett Wilson avoided anything too serious. Still expected to miss a couple of weeks with the hyperextended knee. As for Aaron Glenn, he knows they're winless, but have faith.
And I understand how it looks on the outside. And the thing is, I told you guys and I told the fans, man, do not let go of the rope. The things I know that we're doing is we're trying to build a solid foundation so we can consistently try to win.
Dodgers held off the Brewers 2-1 to grab Game 1. Roki Sasaki faltered in the 9th, but Blake Trinan struck out Bryce Terang with the bases loaded to end it. This after Blake Snell had faced the minimum through 8, allowed just 1 hit. He struck out 10. So why did David Roberts pull him after 103 pitches?
Tough one for me. Hadn't been in the 9th inning. 8 ups, potential going on regular. his next outing. I thought it was 50-50. Roki's been throwing the baseball really well. Have a 2-run lead. I felt good with Roki there.
Mariners dismissed the Blue Jays 10-3. Jorge Polanco, the go-ahead 3-run shot as Seattle heads home with a 2-0 series lead. Devils up in the Blue Jackets 3-2. Dawson Mercer, pair. Timo Meyer also lit the lamp. And the Jets roll the Islanders 5-2. 55 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus.
Oh, good morning. Call his wife in 406. McMonigle here with you on this Tuesday morning. I got you for another hour as we take you to the warm-up show at 5. 888-808-1019. Fleeg's on the other side. He's lucky enough to not be on camera when he yawns. But I got to tell you, yawning is contagious, so now I have a feeling I'm going to do it because I saw him do it.
I'll take the hit one for that one. That was 100% me.
All right. So we started this morning talking about the Jets and the coach. And to me, listening to him even yesterday, the day after, talking about Justin Fields, as we will go on and debate it, and I heard the afternoon show and I heard Joe, Sunday was arguably the worst head coached game I've ever seen. That's the worst coached game I may have ever seen. When you take in everything into it, I don't know how you do worse. And particularly not playing Tyrod Taylor to show that you don't believe in the quarterback and yet be unwilling to bench him as well. It's just a direct I'd rather be wrong than incompetent. I'd rather bring in Tyrod Taylor and lose and be wrong than incompetent. And so many contradictory things, whether it's going for the fake punt. And have you seen the fake punt too, by the way? Everyone's killing him for the fake punt. It's the first time Breece Hall has ever been on a punt team, and the entire starting offensive line was lying. They literally told the Denver Broncos they were running a fake punt. But he runs a fake punt just to run out the clock. He tells you he doesn't trust the quarterback. He never makes the change. It's just it didn't make any sense. But even forget all of that. Forget all of that, because now the Jets are 0-6 and the season's over. And as we debate whether or not he's going to be a one and done, debate whether or not this is the worst first-year coaching job we've seen from the Jets in forever, what's the status of him and Muji? There's only one question for me now at 0-6, right? And forget even tanking, because I don't think they're going to need my help. The question is, at the end of the year, they are going to draft a quarterback. In April, they're going to draft a quarterback. Because that's where they're going to be, and they don't have an answer at that position. And are you going to allow a coach that, for all of his faults on Sunday, under normal circumstances, I really don't think he's an idiot. I don't think he's a bad football guy. I think he's a smart football man who's struggling being the head coach of the New York Jets when he thought he was perfect for it. And he made some dumb decisions, and he has had a brutal first 6 games. Could he get better? Could these be all learning steps for him? Can he take a lot out of these losses and get better? I suppose. Not impossible. But that's not the question. Because at the end of the year, they're going to have to draft a quarterback. And what he's shown you so far is outing and getting rid of Aaron Rodgers so that he could bring in Justin Fields. This is who they wanted. It's who they wanted to be quarterback of the New York Jets, specifically Justin Fields. And just that idea that they would bring in a quarterback who isn't capable of playing the position and then bring him in and not really design an offense around his limited skill set makes absolutely no sense. And earlier yesterday, you got news that Callahan was out in Tennessee, and we have seen top quarterback pick after top quarterback pick be failed by their head coach. It's the last 4 consecutive top overall quarterbacks drafted number 1 overall in the NFL have lost their coach, either halfway through the season or into the next season. It's become a trend. Are you going to allow this coach who's shown you no reason to believe in him after what's bound to be a hideously losing season with minimal amounts of wins, enter next year under the hot seat because of that, and allow this coach and this GM who insisted on bringing Justin Fields to pick who the next quarterback is and then begin the grooming process when most likely you're going to end up with a situation where he's gone that year or early in the quarterback's career, and now you're doing the same thing that you've done doing to Cam Ward, the same thing you did even going back to Daniel Jones, where you are changing coaches, changing offenses, bringing a new coach, a new era, a new GM who have no connection to this kid, have no connection to the pick, didn't make the pick. Like, it is terrible timing to be a terrible head coach for the New York Jets. Like, it just is. And a defensive-minded one at that. So to me, that's the question that I suppose Woody Johnson and whoever else makes the decisions around there are going to have to ask themselves. At the end of this year, do I want to go in to the most important draft and the important season for the next 5 years of the New York Jets? Because you're going to draft a quarterback and you're going to develop one. Do you allow him to make that pick and begin that process under the hot seat of the miserable first year, knowing it's probably not going to get better with a rookie quarterback? Or do you clean house at the end of this, bring in a new regime, bring in a new GM, bring in a new head coach who's got an offensive background working with quarterbacks, and begin that process linked together with the new regime making the decision, picking the quarterback, and the expectation of a coach that can develop him? Because I don't know what we've seen from this coach that would make you feel that he's suited to be a part of that decision-making and that he's suited to be the head coach for a young quarterback. I don't know what we have seen. And it doesn't mean he's a miserable head coach who will never get better. It just means he's had a miserable year. He's a defensive-minded head coach, and the timing could not be worse, and he shouldn't be the man to make that decision. And that's where the Jets are going to, find out the rest of this year and into the offseason, and Woody Johnson is going to have to make a decision on whether or not he's the guy for that, because it's more important than the wins. It's more important than anything else. We're watching it right now to the Giants developing Jackson Dart. It changes everything. Brian Daboll was an idiot 2 weeks ago. Now he's a madman beating the Eagles and going into the blue tent. Now he's finally got what he wanted. He got the quarterback he wanted. He drafted the quarterback he wanted drafted. He insisted on playing in week 4. He was right on that. Like, that's why I wanted to keep Brian Daboll, because he never had what he has right now. The coach, the quarterback he believed in, and the ability to develop him. And we're seeing the difference that has made for the entire franchise. That could be the Jets, believe it or not. And I know you can change the uniform, you can change the coach, you can change the owner, you can change the change. I get it. You get the right quarterback in here with the right coach, it will change. It will change. Is he the guy to make that decision? That's the only thing left when we are now moving on from the Jets. They're 0-6. They're irrelevant. We're not going to talk about them much anymore, except what a disaster they are. But that's the question as we pondered all day Monday, and I heard show after show talk about it, and caller after caller talk about it, and I'm just thinking about it. I heard Beningo echo it. I said the same thing yesterday. Like, all that it comes down to now is if you think he's right for that particular task, because that's all that matters. All that matters right now for the New York Jets from now until this time next year is specifically who do they draft, who's developing him. It's the only two questions left to ask right now at 0-6. And is Aaron Glenn that guy, and has he shown you any ability to be that guy? 888-808-1019. We talked a lot about the Giants as well. We'll get into that as we go through the week, because I believe this game against the Broncos is a pendulum swing of the season. If they lose, they are 2-5 team where all that matters is how Jackson Dart plays. If they win, and especially looking at what happened last night, with Chicago beating Washington in Washington, obviously the Cowboys losing to the Carolina Panthers, the Giants obviously beating the Eagles on Thursday. This division right now could be up for grabs. And the Giants, if they win this game against the Denver Broncos and they go to 3-4 heading into Philadelphia a week from Sunday, where with the way they're playing, maybe they're 4-3. But you've already got to win against them. That game is literally to decide if the Giants are going to be contenders in the division. They win that game. They win this game against the Denver Broncos. They are 3-4, playing for a right to consider themselves a contender for the NFC East. If they lose it, they're 2-5, and all that matters is how Jackson Dart plays. That's the kind of pendulum swing this game is for this season. 888-808-1019. Tom in Queens. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how we doing? I need your opinion on this. Which way would you go with the Giants? Now, say we beat the Broncos, say we beat Philly.
Oh.
Do you go after a really good wide receiver, put together some draft picks, and go after somebody, or do you let it just ride out with who they have? And is it possible?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. It depends on, like, what type of wide receiver you're talking about where you mean draft picks. Like, what stud wide receiver is going to be available? Because they're not easily traded. Like, is there trades out there, for a solid run-of-the-mill, better than some of the guys they have wide receiver? Yes, I would look to improve the wide receiving position. I would. I don't know what I would trade. I don't know what level I would trade. But I would look to improve the quarterback, the wide receiving position. But I don't think you're looking at getting anyone of significance.
But would you try to go all in and just say, we're going to go all in and give what we get to try to get somebody really, really good?
No. I don't think. Who are you talking about? Give me a name and how he becomes available.
I'm not even sure. That's why I want to get your opinion on it.
No, because, I mean, who's really good that's even available for trade? Like, I mean, you're going to talk about, like, Chris Olave with the Saints, or you're not getting, like, they just signed on the contract. I'm trying to even think with the Bengals. You're obviously not getting Chase. I don't think you're getting either of them in Cincinnati. You're not getting Jefferson. You're not getting. I don't know who you think you're getting. You're not getting anybody. Like, that's even if you package. Like, what are you going to package? No, that I'm not doing. I'm willing to trade 3rd and 4th round picks for a pretty good wide receiver, maybe 4th or 5th, for a wide receiver that's, lost his favor somewhere. But where are you going to get a stud wide receiver? Like, none of the teams right now are out of it enough where I'm trying to just think where you would even go. Like, don't give me Garrett Wilson. I'm not going to trade Garrett Wilson. Forget that. I'm trying to look at bad teams. Would the Dolphins trade you? Would the Dolphins trade with you right now? Would they give you Waddle? I'm trying to think of bad teams and wide receivers. Judy with the Browns? Like, those are the kind of receivers you're looking at. I don't think you're going to get anybody else. I'm just looking at teams. I can't think of anybody that would give you. I mean, you're not going to get. You're talking about, like, Judy with the Browns. So the best one I can even think of off the top of my head is Waddle with Miami. It's hard to trade for top wide receivers like that. It's not easy, and these teams are all competing right now. Like, these teams aren't giving up on their seasons. So no, I don't think that's plausible. You might be able to upgrade the wide receiver position a little bit, but you're not going stud wide receiver. But I hear what you're saying. Look, again, because that's where you get thrusted into. You get thrusted into you're competing for the NFC East, or you're a legitimate team, and now all of a sudden, little Jordan Humphreys isn't a nice little story. Now he's somebody you're looking to improve to really go out there and make a threat. Bo Collins suddenly isn't someone, oh, great, look, it's a benefit. I remember I took a call on Saturday who talked about the idea that it's been a blessing in disguise for Jackson Dart that he lost Neighbors, that it allowed him to not feel the pressure of having to throw to a top wide receiver and not make him happy. He's had some incidents of being unhappy, but that's been more about losing. But yeah, like the idea that him having to spread the ball around, him having to work with lesser wide receivers, him having to make it happen without having the safety blanket of a Neighbors, I don't agree with that sentiment. I think it sucks right now. I mean, I think it's hindering his ability too. I think it's hindering his progress. Like, there's something about having that, and I want to build the camaraderie between those two. I want to get them used to playing with each other. I want to build the timing. I want to get them going. That's you're looking for the great players. You're looking to have the next Cowboys, right? You want to have Aikman, Smith, and Irving. You want to have Dart, Scatterboo, and Neighbors. You want to have the triumvirate. I don't think it's a blessing in disguise, but that's what sucks about losing Neighbors, because as you progress, if they continue to win, you're right, this wide receiving core leaves a lot to be desired. I still think it's serviceable enough. We'll see, Slayton can get down the field if he comes back. I mean, he was making Hyatt look good. It's not a blessing in disguise, but the idea that Jackson Dart was able to make Hyatt someone who is impactful in the game when he hasn't been for a day in his Giant life it makes you look at him it was almost a more impressive victory for sure that he's doing it with these guys. And it took a game because they did not play well. Bo Collins just completely stopped running a route and led to I can't remember if it was the first or second interception from Dart. So you're building something, and it is impressive he's doing it with lesser weapons and he's doing it without Neighbors, but no, I don't think it's a blessing in disguise. And now it puts you in a position where you're looking to make that trade for a wide receiver. I don't really, let me see if John has an idea, but John in New Milford. What's up, John?
Hey, Chris. I was wondering what you think about possibly waiting 2 weeks and elevating Juice Wells and giving him basically Hyatt and Bo Collins reps this weekend based on him being Dart's number one at Ole Miss.
Yeah, I mean, it's someone to, mix in. There's no doubt. I don't know if it's anything where I would feel great about it. Let's be honest. We saw Garrett Wilson's with his former college quarterback. It hasn't exactly paid dividends. I think that's probably a little bit overblown. I don't think this is the same as basketball. It's not like you can get the Nova 3, and suddenly play with chemistry on the field like that. Maybe a little bit. I mean, I'm not opposed to it if the Giants feel like it's in their best interest, but it's not anything where I think it makes a major difference. I don't look at it and go, well, that should dramatically improve the wide receiving core. Omar in Brooklyn. What's up, Omar?
How are you? Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
The thing is, when the season is over with the Yankees, right? We were talking about, they are a championship team. Now the season is over.
Yes.
Now here comes Giants with one good win.
2 good wins.
And basically the Philadelphia win. Let's be real here and talk about it. 77% of the time, a Thursday night game when the team does not practice and they come after a loss and they're playing away, those teams, even they are bad teams, 78% of the time that team wins.
The Giants hadn't won a Thursday night game since Tom Coughlin was the coach.
Yeah.
So don't tell me that hey, listen, it's not a big win. They haven't beat the Eagles in a significant spot in forever. The Eagles come to the Giant Stadium Thursday night, Monday night, Sunday afternoon, Sunday night. I don't care where they come to Giant Stadium. They kick the crap out of the Giants. You want to say that I'm going a little too far? You want to say the Giants aren't good? Fine. Don't diminish a victory against the Philadelphia Eagles because I'm not going to listen to it.
Okay, I did not diminish Judge home run. The next game, you are out of the series. You guys make it a big issue, and then the next game, your season is over.
Yeah.
So make it, put a stoppage to and make an ugly, and then you get depressed out of this. The Philadelphia will blow you out. The Denver Broncos will blow you out next week, and then you will cry because you are hyping up this quarterback like a crazy guy.
That's not hyping up the guy like a crazy
That's a media
guy.
problem.
That's not a media problem. Cut it out. I'm not hyping up any. I'm not. We watched the game. I watched the game. Did I say he's going to win league MVP? I picked the Saints. You can't deny what happened Thursday night, buddy, as much as you want to. It happened. He played great. The team looked completely different, and they kicked the crap out of the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm not going to diminish that. I'm not going to talk about it. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to tell you that it's not different than what we've seen for forever with the New York Giants. Sorry, it is. It is. And yeah, Judge hit a big home run. That was his moment. I thought it was going to unlock the offense. It didn't. It didn't. Doesn't make it not a big home run in the moment. It doesn't make that a not. If they lose to the Broncos, it doesn't mean that wasn't a big win in the moment against the Eagles. I haven't even said they're going to beat the Broncos. I'm talking about the importance of the game. I just got done saying they lost the only road game he's played. He's going on the road to play the Denver Broncos, which are a good defense and a playoff team. I didn't say they're going to win it. I'm saying if they do, that this is the importance of the game, is that it changes the Giants' season. That's all I've said. I haven't even said they're going to win the game. I said it's a winnable game. They can win the game if they play their best. And if they do, it changes the season. It does. It's a pendulum swing of a season. They lose it, 2-5. You can kind of forget chasing anything. And it's more about how Jackson Dart plays. If they win it, then they have an opportunity against Philadelphia, who they just beat like a drum, to really make themselves a presence in the NFC East. I'm talking about the opportunity. That's it. The opportunity. The opportunity is there ahead of them to win 2 games and thrust themselves into contending for the NFC East. That's all I've said. Maybe they will get blown out. It's a road game with a rookie quarterback against a really good team. I have no misconceptions about what's going on here. It was a really nice win. They had 2 really nice wins. Beating the Chargers was a good win. And beating the Eagles was a great win. Follow it up with a win against the Broncos, and then you're heading into Philadelphia with an actual season on the line. An actual meaningful game at the end of October. And Omar, you're a Knicks fan. You know what it's like to feel like that has been decades. It's been, it was decades since they were playing meaningful games like this into November. Sign me up. Yeah, I'm going to get excited about it. There's no, and this is what I don't understand with fans in some area, and particularly Yankee fans, but now I guess even Giant fans or anybody. Optimism is free, man. It doesn't cost you anything. Like even my guy Keith, I love my guy Keith, but he's always like, he's big on stay down till you come up. Why? What's the difference? I'm allowed to be excited about the New York Giants. It doesn't cost me anything. And if they lose, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, can you believe how excited I got? Man, I really enjoyed myself for a couple of days. What a fool I was. Who cares? I'm excited now. I'm not saying anything crazy. I'm not telling you they're going to go be a playoff team. They're going to go win the Super Bowl. They've got an opportunity on Sunday to beat a Broncos team that they can win and can beat. And if they do that, the following Sunday becomes the biggest regular season game I can remember. That's all I'm saying. Let's get there. Because they can get there. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. And I'll have trolls on Twitter, and I'll have trolls in the chat, and I'll have you calling me saying, oh, look at you talking about Jackson Dart. I don't care. I'm going to get excited. That's what sports are about. I'm sorry. I don't just sit around and wait for them to win a championship to be happy or to enjoy myself. I don't just sit around going, well, I guess it's good and all, but are they going to win the championship? I mean, what's the difference? Who cares? No, it's all meaningless unless there's a parade. That's not me. I get up, I get down, I get excited. I like the regular season. I like the sport. I like watching them. I get up for big wins. I get down for big losses. That's how it works. That's how it should work, as opposed to just waiting until they actually win a championship to give a damn. Are we fans or are we title collectors? 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back after this.
It may be the offseason for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no offseason for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what's to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric true score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 434. McMonigle here with you on the Fan, 888-808-1019. I did want to just get in one thing before we get back to the calls. As we talk about the Giants, and man, the amount of people who don't understand what the hell they listen to, it's mind-boggling to me. I did not say they would win. I did not say they would beat the Eagles. I am talking about what those wins would signify. That's it. I'm talking about what would happen if they won the game and how that would change their season and how that win against the Eagles was big. Call me crazy.
It's like, imagine listening to a classic rock station 24/7 and calling up like, I don't understand why you play the Beatles and the Stones once an hour.
I know.
Like, enough.
I know. No. It's crazy to me. But anyway, I did want to talk about Pete Alonso. We didn't get a chance to talk about it, as obviously reporting has indicated that Pete will be looking for a 7-year contract in this offseason. If he gets it, it will not be with the Mets. Let's put it that way. Let's just put it this way, real quick. I don't think he's going to get it. But if he gets 7 years, I can't imagine Stern signing off on that. If he gets 7 years from the Mets, you know that is Steve Cohen, who just completely gave in and gave him and Boris whatever he wants. So, like, Steve, he can ask for 7 years. Nobody wanted to give him 5 last year. And I know that he's now coming off a better season. I know that he's not going to have any picks attached to him the way he had them attached to him last year with the qualifying offer. So I do expect the numbers to get bigger. But nobody wanted to give Pete Alonso 5 years last year. There is no way he is getting 7 years at 31 years old. And let's be honest, as great as he was, the concerns about his body and his defense only got worse in the second half of the season. He had an incredible first half offensively and an incredible first half defensively. I was even talking about he should be up for the Gold Glove. After that Sanga overthrow that led to the Sanga hamstring injury, he was never the same defensively. He kind of looked, I don't know, the offense wasn't as good either in the second half. I'm fascinated by Pete, and I understand, look, hey, you put out 7 years, you end up with 4. I get it. It's the early demands. But, we all know he's not getting 7 years. He's not getting 7. And here's the other thing, too. Stop connecting him to the Yankees, I promise you. He is not signing with the New York Yankees. The Yankees are not signing Pete Alonso. But it's going to be fascinating to where Pete values himself, because I am very curious to see. There are options out there for the Mets. There are options out there to do different things. Right? You got Bregman, who's probably going to opt out. Could you go there and transition one of these guys to first base? Pete has acknowledged that at some point he's going to be a DH. There's different ways to go about building this team. And I've talked about it. The core, for me, I understand, the Yankees haven't won either, but this core hasn't just not won. They don't make the play. They can't put together back-to-back playoff appearances. And this year was an out-and-out debacle. So, yeah, it's easy to say trade Jeff McNeil. It's easy to say maybe Nimmo could be on the move. But, Pete's the one who, it's real easy. All you have to do is not do anything. All you have to do is look the other way. And we all know he's not getting 7 years. That's for sure. But he's going to get money. And he's going to probably get 4 or 5. He might get 5, and he's certainly going to get upwards of $30 million a year. I really do think he's going to get close to that. He's going to be close to 5,150. He's going to be close. Are the Mets going to give that to him? Is Stearns going to give that to him? I think the owner might. But I find it very fascinating. He's come out, and you could tell the only thing that the 7 years indicates to me, because I don't think he'll get it, but the 7 years indicates he means business. And I'm not surprised, because I'm sure he feels like he got screwed last year. As much as he ultimately got the most money ever for a first baseman per year at $30 million, and as ultimately as he ended up with the team he wanted to end up with and played with the Mets one more year, there is no doubt the love shown around the league probably annoyed him and disappointed him. The way the Mets handled it probably annoyed him and disappointed him. And I'm telling you, the love around the league is going to be different this year without picks attached to him. And coming off another monster season where he's as proven an offensive slugger as there is in the sport. You know what you're going to get from Pete Alonso. You are going to get 30 and 90. And he's going to play every day. He's going to be excellent at the bag, at least. The rest of his defensive game went completely down the tubes in the second half. But I'm very fascinated to see what happens with Pete Alonso. But 7 years ain't going to happen, but it means, and listen, anytime you hire Scott Boras, he means business. But this could be another very difficult, very drawn-out process to sign Pete. And this time it's going to be different because you heard nobody else. There was hardly another team that showed interest at all in Pete Alonso. whether it's because they just felt like he was always going back to the Mets, whether or not it was the asking price, whether or not it was the picks attached, whatever the case may be, coming off a miserably, unclutched season for him leading into the playoffs and a down year for him. He was extremely clutch. He had a much better year. He's going to have no picks attached to him. There are going to be more suitors for Pete Alonso. This is going to be a long, drawn-out process. Before we get into any of the other situations that we're going to get into in the Major League offseason and who they could trade for and what kind of starting pitching can they go get. I was watching SNY today, and they were, how do you trade for Skubal? We'll figure it out. But Pete is probably, for the two teams right now, the questions really are for both teams initially. What do they do with Pete Alonso? What do the Mets do with Pete Alonso? What do the Yankees do with Cody Bellinger? Like, those are the immediate decisions the Yankees and Mets will have to face right out of the gate in this offseason once the season's over. 888-808-1019. Rocco in the Bronx. What's up, Rocco?
Hey, Chris. How you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Great. No, I just want to talk about the Giants. The Giants have been pathetic for the past, 5-10 years, and there's nothing to be excited about every year except for that 1 year we made the playoffs, and even then it was kind of, shady. But this year, if you're not excited about the Giants, after this win on Thursday Night Football, and to see what the quarterback and the running back did for the team, I don't know what to tell you. I haven't been excited in a long time, and I can't wait for Sunday night against Denver Broncos to see if we could compete. To me, competing will be enough. If we could compete and keep it us in the game, that'll be a victory. If we win, forget about it. We'll be tough. It will be a party in my house.
If they win this game against the Broncos, or if they win both.
Absolutely.
Listen.
Next game.
Yeah, no, listen, I agree with you. This game, look, say whatever you want. And no, I never said that the Giants, are going to win the division or could win the division. They are division contenders. So, yeah, I guess I'm saying they could win the division, I suppose, because right now the Eagles look like, if they beat the Eagles twice and win the season series against them, you're telling me that at 4-4, the division is now long gone? If they pull off these next two wins, they got to go do it. And I'm not saying they will. I am saying this game against the Broncos is a pendulum swing of the season. They lose it, you can forget the division. 2-5, they're not winning the division. If they go on the road and beat the Broncos, and they are now 3-4, the next week against the Eagles now becomes a game where they could stamp themselves division contenders. I don't think there's any doubt about that. That's what it becomes. I don't know if they're going to win the game. They lost to the Saints on the road. I picked the Saints in the game in my picks. It's a rookie quarterback going on the road to a very difficult place to play in Denver with a good defense, but the game is winnable. And the way they played last week, they played that same game they played against the Eagles. They absolutely could win. See the Broncos offense against the Jets? But this is a tough game to win. He hasn't won a game on the road yet. Both wins are in MetLife. The loss was to the Saints on the road. He's got to prove, and this team's got to prove they can go on the road and beat a good opponent. But if they do, that sets up a game against the Philadelphia Eagles that if they win that game, now they are stamped as division contenders. There is no doubt about it. That's it, division contenders, not division favorites, division contenders. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
Chris, before I get to the Giants.
Oh, of course.
You're still trying to sell us on hitting home runs in the postseason.
I'm not trying to sell you anything.
As a formula to win.
Watch the games.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then we would have had to have won, 11, 10, and 14, 13.
No,
so,
why? You got to pitch.
We let up
you got to
23 runs in the first two games.
No, I agree with you. I agree. The pitching really hurt them this series. Really, Max Fried absolutely killed them in the series. I'm not saying that. Listen, Game 4, they had an opportunity to win the game if they scored runs. They didn't score any runs, and it's not because of the style in which they're built.
Singles, doubles,
it's because they didn't hit home. It's because they didn't hit home runs. That's what they do.
You need guys like Bellinger.
Well, he was
on the bat
and what did he do in the series?
Swing for the fences.
And what did he do in the series?
But you need a guy like that. I'm saying.
I know. And what did he do in the series?
Do we have enough home run hitters?
Yeah, I'm not saying add more home run hitters. I'm saying the team is an on-base home run hitting team. They were the third best team in on base in all of Major League Baseball. They were the top hitting home run team in all of baseball. They scored the most runs in all of baseball. That team is not built in some sort of flawed manner that cannot win in the postseason. We just watched the Mariners beat the Blue Jays. They hit 3 big home runs and they struck out 14 times. They struck out and hit home runs. The Yankees more than capable of doing that.
So you would want to rely on that as my point.
No, there's no relying on it.
If you hit 4 home runs in the postseason game, you win. But I'm saying you want to. How did they beat?
No, because it's not just home runs. How did they beat the Red Sox? They didn't hit any home runs in that series. How did they beat the Red Sox?
I'm just saying, Chris,
they pitched and they scored 4 runs on it.
I don't want to.
There is no rely. You got to rely on something. You got to rely on your players.
Home runs.
You can.
That's where we disagree.
You can win on home runs. They are winning on home runs. The Seattle Mariners are winning on home runs.
And hit 19 home runs.
The Seattle Mariners are winning on home runs. The how do you think they beat the Cubs? Go back and watch the Brewers who put the ball in the play, right? They put the ball in play. How did they beat the Cubs? They hit home run after home run.
The Yankees are built the last, how many years? I don't have to look at every single team. Pick out a situation where they won. Mm-hmm. That's not what I'm doing.
No, I know because they yeah, I know, I understand that, and they don't hit the home runs. They don't translate the players that hit home runs in the regular season. Don't translate and hit home runs in the postseason as well as they should.
Maybe the pitching's
That's it.
better. Maybe the pitching's better.
Maybe the pitching's better. It wasn't the series against the Blue Jays were better in the series in the postseason. This series, Chris, the pitching was better.
Fine, and we just disagree. And the last thing is you're preaching about optimism.
Yeah,
you are the last guy to talk about optimism.
Yeah, but it's free when you give it.
How many years?
Yeah. Because the Giants have given me no reason.
Now you're optimistic.
The Giants have given me no reason to be optimistic, Brett. Now they have, and I'm doing it.
Optimism's free. Why didn't you have it when Daniel Jones was here?
Because the beginning of the season was so terrible. I did have optimism. I had optimism heading into this season. Do you remember me telling you, Brett, that they were going to win both games on the road? That's how I started this season. I am optimistic when they give me reasons to be optimistic. That's it. The Daniel Jones Giants didn't give me any reason. I was optimistic going into the Cowboy game, and then they lost 40-0.
Chris, the last thing, you're going back a couple of years ago.
You said Daniel Jones. That's a couple of years ago.
He was here for 5 years.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say to you was 6 years. The last thing I'll say to you is that you never commit. Why don't you commit? I think the Giants are going to make the playoffs. I said this on the air.
Good for you.
Why don't you think that?
Finally, an opinion from the great Brent in Long Island. You actually have one. Good to know.
Do you think they're going to make it? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
You're allowed.
No, I don't.
You don't.
I don't.
So be optimistic, but to a degree. Remember,
I am optimistic. Just say you're asking me to make a decision.
Okay.
You're asking me to tell you what I think right now. If I had, they're 2-4. They're 2-4 with a rookie quarterback. You dope. They're 2-4 with a rookie quarterback. Do I think they're going to the postseason? If I had to guess it right now, how could I say yes? I'm optimistic that they have a chance. They win this game against the Broncos. I start to change my opinion. They go beat Philadelphia. I start to change my opinion. I have to see it, but I'm looking forward to it, and I think they have a chance to do it. You want me to be optimistic about the Giants over the last couple of years? I'm saying now that they're showing me reasons, I'll buy in. I was optimistic after the playoff run, and then it was 40-0. Oh, you're going back a couple of years ago. You mentioned Daniel Jones. I swear, Brett, you're all over the place, and then you call me and say I'm all over the place. You're a maddening moron. Really? I was optimistic until it was 40-0. I was optimistic until the season was 1-6 with Daniel Jones hurt and playing backup quarterbacks. Excuse me if Tommy DeVito didn't give me a bunch of confidence. It's free. When I say it's free to be optimistic is right now they're giving us reasons to buy in. I do need the reason to buy in, though, Brett. I do need the reason. They've given me one. Here I am. The beginning of the year, I was optimistic. I said they're going to win the first 2 games on the road. They embarrassed me greatly. Now I'm back on being optimistic because Jackson Dart's giving me reason to. You need an inkling of reason. I can't just blind optimism for no reason. And I also have to give my opinion. Right now at 2-4, If you're asking me, I have to tell you one or the other. No, they're probably not going to make the playoffs. You got 3 teams of 4 wins in the West. You got a Tampa Bay team. You got a Falcons team that just beat Buffalo. You got the Lions, the Packers. I don't think the Eagles are just going to fold. There's a lot of good teams that are 2 games ahead of the Giants right now. And they have a very difficult schedule. But they win these next 2, now they're stamped for division contender. There's my optimism, Brett. 888-808-1019. Quick break, come back, get to as many phones as we can. Rapid fire styles. We take it to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
It's not just the new energy of Cam Scatterbo. Like, defensively, and we've seen signs of it this year. It hasn't been complete, but we've seen signs of what they're capable of.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what's to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metrics True Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yeah! All right, 4:56 real quick. Let's get through the calls. I got you for just another few minutes as the warm-up show will come your way on this Tuesday morning. 5-hour midnight ride the next 2 days. A Wednesday and Thursday edition of the Midnight Ride as our baseball season is over. And we're gonna feel it with 5-hour midnight rides. That's okay, though. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, what's going on, C-Mac?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. I think you need to pump the brakes a little bit about the division, and I think right now it's more realistic to be competitive. You know, if you really look at this, I don't think there's a way in hell that they're beating Philly again. Philly's not losing to them twice. I mean, how many times?
I don't disagree with you. It's a very, very difficult game to go in, but I'm just telling you that.
How many times did they lose to Philly in a row before this? They won.
How many times have they beat Philly by 17 points?
No, I'm saying before that game. How many times did they lose to Philly in a row? Like 9 times?
Oh, yeah. Not in a row. There was a game at the end of the season that meant nothing to Philadelphia a couple years ago.
If you throw that out.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
a couple years ago, though, it was like the last week of the season, second to last week of the season, and the Eagles went in and got their tails kicked in the playoffs.
And
against
do you know what the line is now against Denver when they play Denver?
I haven't looked at it yet. No.
7.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty hefty line.
No, absolutely. They're underdogs in the game. They should be. I think 7's probably a little high. I kind of like that for the Giants, but they should definitely be the underdog in the game. There's no doubt. It's a rookie quarterback who hasn't run a road game going up against a team that's won 2 in a row and